Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 91st episode of the Neon Crew podcast. My name's Kyle.
I'm Mac.
Normally I have an intro, but this time it's going to be a bit different because this is our special yearly episode where we talk about all 10 Best Picture nominees for the Oscars.
Yes.
This is also the first time that we're recording this and releasing this after the ceremony has already been done, right? Is that true?
No, I think we did that. I think it's been that way because however it gets set up.
Maybe the Will Smith slap year we definitely recorded after.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that I'm remembering.
That was the first time we did it though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was very last minute, I think.
It was because we
had the idea and then we were talking on the phone about like, all right, well, I got this movie to watch.
Yeah,
like
we're masochists.
Are we going to talk about the ceremony? Or are we just going to talk about the movies?
It was finishing 5. I think we both had to do like 5 or 6 films in a week.
Yeah.
Because I remember Coda was there.
Yeah. I had to get like
Richard.
I had to get like a free trial of like Apple Plus.
Same here.
Then I watched it on my computer.
Yeah. Didn't you have issues with like subtitles too, or the audio not lining up? I don't remember if it was that one.
It was the quality wasn't the best.
Right.
And I couldn't change the quality setting on the desktop.
Yeah.
If I had been able to like cast it to my TV or something, it probably would have looked better. But yeah, it was a little too pixelated for my liking.
I remember. Yeah, I had Jasmine over. It was kind of like right when we first started dating. Was it? Or maybe it was like we were kind of almost a year into it.
Yeah.
But I remember I was like trying not to cry in Coda as she was sitting next to me trying to be tough.
I would rewatch that movie. Like
that's easy. I think that's an easy one to go down. It goes smooth.
And now that I have like Apple on my Amazon account,
yeah,
I can just fire it up whenever now, I guess.
Very wholesome.
Very wholesome.
Yeah.
One of the best representations of the deaf community in movies, right up there with like Sound of Metal.
Another not wholesome, but
no, very much like the other side of it. Like, oh boy, there's some issues to be touched on. Right,
what's happening in our lives?
Trying to fix myself or accept myself.
Didn't that gentleman won Best Supporting actor too? Right, he did his whole thing, and he signed the whole speech. I remember him being very charming when he was doing his whole thing up there.
Yeah.
Communicating with us through signs, but he wasn't very he wasn't trying to be politically correct. I remember it being very it seemed like stream of conscience.
Troy Kotzer, he's the winner of the supporting nomination for that year for Coda. Cool. Well, if you guys have listened to our previous Best Picture nominees episode, what we're gonna do is we're going to discuss each movie, each of the 10 nominations, and we're going to take turns picking what movie we're going to discuss. We're going to spend about 15 to 20 minutes, maybe a little bit longer on some of these, discussing each of them in as much depth as we can, but also kind of like barreling through it, sort of like getting through it in a succinct way. Yeah. This episode is probably going to be longer, so you'll get a little bit of extra meat on the bone of what you guys normally listen to. Do we usually talk about the ceremony itself beforehand a little bit?
We could touch on it for a second. I think normally it hops into what we thought about it, how well Conan did, anything that stood out.
Yeah. I think he did a pretty good job.
Same.
Yeah.
It was very clean. It was concise. I think this is one of the... And then I'd like to hear what I said the other times, but this felt very... it wasn't too self-indulgent on him hosting.
No bullshit. No, not a whole lot of, fluff going on in the ceremony.
No, he was really, probably tailored it the way that he does his talk show. Mm-hmm. We got 30 minutes. We're in and out. These are the marks we got to hit. We can't spend too much time. So I'm sure Adrien Brody pissed him off.
Well, if you're hiring Conan O'Brien to host your show, you're hiring him for Conan O'Brien. You're not just getting Jimmy Kimmel to be oh whatever stand-in host or fucking Seth MacFarlane or whatever. You're getting Conan for his style of comedy, which I thought was pretty good. Do you like Conan O'Brien? Are you a fan?
I think he holds his punches just a little bit, but with enough class. that, they land.
Right. He's not going to be like Ricky Gervais going up there like roasting the shit out of everybody.
No, or like Seth MacFarlane, I know when he did it, it was like, I really want to get in some of my mature themes with like how I'm going to do my comedy, but also we have to appease like 8-year-olds that could be watching this.
Mature themes like making a theme song about seeing breasts in movies.
Yeah.
From famous actresses.
Yes. Did he do that?
Yes.
Okay.
That was I think 2013 Oscars.
Nice.
Yeah. That was the year that Argo won, I believe.
Argo, fuck yourself.
I want to say it every single time I think of it. It's a very memorable line in the movie. Sticks with you.
Well, yeah. But it's probably some of the only part of the movie that sticks with you.
I was going to say, I don't remember a whole lot about the other parts of it.
I just watched September 5. And I think they call it's September 5th, but there's not the TH on there. So I don't know if we're supposed to say that or if it's September 5.
I think most people will understand what you mean.
Okay. That is a movie that seems a lot like Argo. Kind of like a contemporary piece and, just laying out the events, the timeline. And a little bit more concise than what Argo did. But I'm starting to think about those movies where it's like, are they too tin canny? Like there's just not enough to stick out with them. Like is it the event itself that is more memorable of what we're supposed to remember than the film?
It's almost are they too consistently made and like polished down to like really stand out?
Yeah, and your characters and what you're trying to get at with the characters, like if you're more focused on the event then you don't flush out any of the characters, and then vice versa, if it's too character driven, you're not necessarily like eyes on the event or maybe like the historical significance or what you're trying to present. So I think that there's most of the time they focus on the events. The characters are just themselves. They're not too on the spectrum. They're not dialed to a 10.
Right. No one's really going through like an arc in these types of movies.
Right.
It's not like a Joseph Campbell's hero's journey or anything.
Yeah, I was about to say you might every once in a while you get struck with gold on like Oppenheimer. I kind of think of like almost in like anti-hero arc.
He does, yeah. He has a full arc in that movie.
I mean that's and that's what makes it so remarkable. But other stories like September 5th, watching it, it's a pretty just linear. These are the timelines of events.
It's very cut and dry.
Yeah. So I did like the writing. I probably could have got put up there for editing too. I mean they do a good job with it. But Argo falls in the same light. But
right.
Anyways, we don't have to dive into all that.
Some notable moments from the ceremony. You touched on it. Adrien Brody's world record breaking long speech. Did I not tell you before he started talking that he was going to have the longest speech?
I couldn't believe it. Like the one that always sticks out for me is Joaquin's. Like
where he's talking about like veganism and like the environment.
No, like. I don't have a platform, so I'm going to create it while I'm up here.
Yeah.
Adrien, yeah, you'd call that. I did not think that it'd go longer than like Joaquin's felt like it took forever. Mm-hmm. And then his like didn't feel like it took that long, but 8-10 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
It was about like 7 minutes around there.
Yeah.
And for those who didn't watch the ceremony, so Adrien Brody won for Best Actor for The Brutalist, which I think most everyone could see coming. Like I definitely predicted that was going to happen. He was going on stage and he tossed his wife his gum that he had in his mouth, which was an interesting choice. Which doesn't seem to be any like sort of controversy there. It seemed like they were having just like fun with it or whatever.
I think he just generally forgot he's chewing gum and he's going up there. He's like, I can't have this.
Quick question for you.
Yeah.
Do you swallow your gum?
No. So
you're not a gum swallower.
I mean, depending on the situation,
yeah,
like if it was that, like if I was chewing gum at the Academy Awards and I didn't think I was gonna win, there'd probably be a chance that I just gulp it and walk up there.
Yeah,
but no, if I have a chance to spit it out or throw it away. Now I am conscious about not just throwing it on the ground.
Right.
If I'm going near a trash receptacle, I'll try to make it there.
I think almost every single time I swallow my gum.
Yeah.
And Megan yells at me about it because she's like, that's not good for you. I'm like, well, then why would you make something to put in my mouth and have me chew it?
Yeah. Did you yell that loud enough?
I mean, I guess you shouldn't do that with chewing tobacco, but anyway.
You could.
You definitely could.
I've had buddies that did that.
Sounds horrible.
Yeah.
But he won for Best Actor. He went on stage. he started giving his speech, and then the music started playing, and he was like, no, hey, cut. Let's cut the music, okay? Can we please cut it? I've done this rodeo before. And
I've been here before.
I've been here before. And I don't know. I felt like it was more of just like a cheeky little like, oh, he's a little bit over the top about it.
They all are.
But they all are.
Yeah.
Like it's not anything new. It's Hollywood. They're all like filled with egos and like this grandiosity.
There's so the interesting thing is there's a show. It's called the Agent. I think it is what the Agency maybe. It's
okay.
Fassbender on Showtime or Paramount, whatever it is, Paramount. In case anyone wants to check it out. But they dive into some of this like the double identity stuff. As you're separating your yourself, your identity into being something completely new and diving into this whole personality. And I think there's studies on it. Like they have, at least in the show, and I'd have to imagine even in real life, if you're like a secret agent or you're doing espionage, like they have like psychological checkups on you because you can really start to split,
Mm-hmm.
And after hearing that, I was like, oh, that's what actors do. They're just not, it's not as dangerous, but they just, like Daniel Day-Lewis, like when he gets into character and he becomes Daniel Plainview, like he really is assuming that identity, or at least trying to. That I think that's like when they get up there and they start getting on their platform and getting all this grandiose shit, is like they're just like patting themselves on the back so hard for being able to
100%.
Yeah, I made you all believe,
Right.
And but sycophants, they're probably all surrounded with sycophants all the time too. Like they can never do any wrong.
Right. It wouldn't also surprise, because it did feel like he knew he was going to win, but it also felt like that he had the confidence to go up there and think to himself like, I'm just going to go off the dome with the speech I'm going to give. I'm not going to write anything down. I'm not going to like be super specific about it. I'll just say what I need to say. And then what he needed to say was 7 minutes long.
Yeah, they all are like that. You're going to listen to me, God damn it.
Right.
I have things to say.
Yeah.
And it's always like Mikey Madsen. And I don't know if because I did not listen to her speech. I don't remember it.
Yeah, we might have been riffing during that time.
I think we kind of were. We were talking a little bit. But apparently she said she stands with the sex workers community and that she's going to support them, and that you have a leader or something like that, a companion.
I think Sean Baker said the same thing in one of his 4 speeches that he gave.
Yeah, and I like that to me is like that platitude of, I get up here and it like, okay, I'm waiting for a time when like prostitution hits the Supreme Court and they get her in there to represent them. Like I'm kind of waiting for some of these times, like with what Adrien Brody was going through, you still see some of those social injustices today.
Right.
So to me, that one made sense.
Right.
And, there's not like a certain black mark on it, if you will.
Yeah. I think maybe Mikey Madison was more so touching on like the stigma of like how people view sex work and, that that sort of like field, and how like we are heading towards a place more and more of like not necessarily like normalization, but just like not discrimination.
Yeah.
Being able to like include these people as like human beings rather than just like,
oh,
we're going to see them as like pieces of meat or whatever.
Immanuel Kant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. No, I agree. I'm not knocking it. I think more so I find it funny that this person who's now incredibly famous, has an Academy Award, is probably never in her life going to do anything with that. And then going up there and being like, you have a companion. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, if she does, I will eat my words. But until I see that day, I think it's all bullshit.
Well, when Sean Baker makes Anora 2, Electric Booty-Loo, starring Mikey Madison, returning as Anora, with a budget of, a whopping $15 million.
Yeah.
We're going to see.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
But actually, we'll talk about it when we get to Anora.
Yeah.
If I remember.
Was there anything else about the ceremony itself?
No, that's the only other the only other thing that I think I missed, I don't know if you missed, was Conan ripping on Carlos Sofia Gascon.
I caught the joke, and he said something about her tweets, and then it cut to her in the audience, and you can see her like turning to whoever's sitting next to her, and she's like very confused about like what he meant.
Yeah. Well, he said, if you're gonna tweet out against me, my name's Jimmy Kimmel.
Right.
Yeah. And at the time, I was like, I don't get that, But now after hearing, I was like, oh, okay, that's a little saucy.
A little spicy.
Yeah,
little bit of spice.
Yeah. So outside of that, I think those were the two heavily charged. And maybe the Adam Sandler thing, which I'm fairly certain was a skit.
Oh, it was for sure a skit. You could hear the microphone on his shirt.
Yeah,
like, they definitely set it up. It was still a fun bit.
It was. I'm not knocking that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think those were probably like the three biggest things that stood out to me with all this, which is to me that's a good ceremony.
I want him and Tim Cham to do a movie together.
I'm good.
No, I need it.
I will say I'm good unless you get like
the Safdie brothers
Revolution to Uncut Gems.
Yeah, absolutely. So should we get into the movies themselves?
Yes.
If you guys are wondering if we're going to talk about these movies in depth, we are going to go into spoilers for each of them. So potential spoilers for all these movies that we're talking about. Yeah. So if you don't want to be spoiled for any particular movie, but you want to listen to the rest of the discussion, there are going to be timestamps in the description of the episode.
Perfect.
Cool.
Now, my question is,
yes,
are we just picking names out of a hat, talking about them, and then giving the rankings?
I think how we did it before is we would just take turns, right?
Yeah.
Like we just go back and forth. I pick a movie, we talk about it. After that, you pick the next movie, we talk about it.
Yeah.
So I guess it just it's
redundant. Yes.
A question of who wants to go first.
Where's the coin?
Oh shit. I think I can get a coin.
You got a coin?
Yeah, I got a coin. I'll be right back.
Ready? Hold on. He's going to get a coin.
I got a jar of coins.
There we go. All right.
Kind of rinky-dink quarter. But you know what? It'll work.
What year is it?
This quarter is 1996.
Nice. Okay.
2 years after I was born.
There we go.
So there we go.
Culturally significant.
All right. I'll let you call it.
All right. If we got to flip it and then I call it in the air.
Okay.
Heads.
It is heads.
Boom. Let's go.
Boom. All right. You get to make the first pick.
So we discuss, we give our rating on it, and then we put it where we thought it was out of the 10, right? And then we'll recap.
Should we save the ranking for the end?
Ooh, actually, we could do that.
Yeah, I think we should do that. So we'll still give our rating, but then for our overall ranking list.
I got enough that are like, yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
So you make the first pick, my friend. And I think whoever makes the pick has to introduce the movie, right?
Yeah, we could do that.
Cool.
All right. Let's do let's just hop into it. Emilia Pérez.
Oh shit, we're ripping the bandage off real quick.
We got to get people, because there are going to be some, I don't want to call them fluff movies in here enough, but there's going to be maybe not as much discussion. I think this one has a lot of meat on the bone.
All right, take it away.
Because I remember when, if I can smell Emilia right. No, that's not.
Emilia with an I.
I. Yeah. See, that's how you said E, and then you said it's.
I did.
But that's how you say it.
Emilia.
Yeah. That's why I never spell it right.
Yeah.
So I always go to an E, then an A. All right.
Linguistics is a funny thing.
English language is awesome. Emilia Pérez, 2024. We just talked about it, came out in November 2024
on Netflix.
Netflix. So I had a limited release. Directed by Jacques Audiard.
Yeah, perfect. Nice. You got it.
Fuck yeah, I'm with the French. Writers Jacques Audiard and a couple other guys that we don't need to hop into. Starring Zoe Saldana as Rita. Carlos Sofia Gascon as Emilia. Selena Gomez is in this thing you kind of forget about. Jesse playing the wife. My boy Edgar Ramirez. I like Edgar Ramirez. He's been in a couple things.
Okay. I don't think I recognized him when I saw him.
I gotta see. I'm gonna say that what was he in that? So Point Break, I think, did him in. He was in Gold with McConaughey.
Okay.
And then what else was he in? The Girl on the Train. Zero Dark 30 is probably what I'm going to remember him from.
Okay. Yeah. So I see that too.
Yeah, he's like
apparently he's in the Bourne Ultimatum.
he's a character actor. I think he's like one of those guys that kind of play like the Mexican heavy.
Yeah.
And like he's not always showcased, put in the limelight.
Yeah.
Except for like Point Break. We don't need to talk about that. So
no plans to talk about the Point Break remake.
No. And then just a couple other actors in this thing that I do not recognize. So Emilia Pérez. This is a story about a Mexican cartel leader, I think you call him, because at that point it's kind of like a business.
Drug lord.
Yeah, drug lord works. That wants to go through a sex change. Wants to take his money at the time and escape, set up his children, his soon-to-be widow of a wife, completely just vanish from the world and become the person that she has always wanted to become. So with that requires help from someone that's really good with litigation, understanding money and finances, being able to kind of dive into the business side of the world to help make sure that things are run clean. And now at the time it was a clean cut, right? Like, hey, I'm going to do this when I vanish. You're going to help me vanish. You're going to set all this up, and then I'm gone. And then you're running the will, you're running the trust, you're helping make sure that the money gets to my family. I will never see you again, if I remember correctly.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Zoe Saldana plays Rita, who is that person that kind of steps in. And, it just transitions from there. I think that happens within the first 20, 30 minutes of the film, which I thought was going to be a lot longer. And all of a sudden you're finding out it's the life after all of this going on that we're kind of getting to understand with this character and some of the things that come with family and kind of missing people. All one with the family, one with actually missing people.
Yep.
And then we get some really good or all right choreography and dances and songs, and it's played out differently. So let's just get into it.
Emilia Pérez. First and foremost, I think what we need to talk about is the discourse around this movie.
Yeah.
And spoilers for my thoughts on this film. I didn't really like it. It's not one that I'm a fan of.
Didn't sink its hook in you?
Didn't really, grab me by the thighs and drag me to the surface. I don't know what that analogy was, but
yeah, that's a different one.
It's kind of crazy, much like this movie.
What lifeguard did you get when you went in the pool?
It wasn't Wendy Peppercorn, I can tell you that. But this is a film where, because it came out right smack dab in the middle of award season, it was getting a lot of festival buzz going around the circuit. Critics were watching this movie and going oh, this is different and crazy and out there.
It's an independence.
It's audacious.
Yes.
It's very audacious for the type of movie that it is. And then it came out and people were like, what the fuck is this? This sucks ass. This is the worst movie I've ever seen. This is such a piece of shit. And the discourse around it online was so fucking toxic. And I think I'm someone who's more chronically online than you are when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Way more. Well, thank you for the qualifier.
Sorry.
You're good. You're not wrong. This is a movie where you watch this film and you go you can't really knock it for the leaps and bounds that it takes. I think that in terms of trying to make a bananas movie and making something that stands out, is unique, is something with its own voice, doesn't really get lost in the shuffle of things. Because people were talking about this film as if it was Oscar bait. And I think people talk about it that way because it includes subject matters of trans people, of transgender people, and the community. Whereas you actually sit down and watch this movie, this is the least Oscar baity type of movie that I think you can ever have in an award circuit.
Yes.
Because it's got all these different crazy things going on with the themes it's touching on, the way it's edited, the musical numbers, the zaniness of the whole thing.
Yes.
This thing takes a huge stab that I don't think something like fucking Crash or Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close Argo can even like come close to touching.
No,
this thing takes so many massive swings that to call it Oscar bait, I think, is just disingenuous.
I feel like this is a little avant-garde, and for something getting this much notoriety behind it, whether in a good way or a bad way. I mean, you'd say good with the Academy recognizing the film, right? And so naturally, people, if it gets talked about in a large buzz, everyone's got to have their opinion on it. That it is a movie that's easily picked on, right? I think a lot of movies like that have a lot to say, and there's always different ways of going about telling a story. This one does it a little bit more in a frenetic, stylized fashion with the singing, the choreography, mixing in the songs with some heavy subject matters that I think it's easier to pick on than like the substance, which follows like a little bit more of like a linear story, you know, and it's just very, and we'll talk about the substance, but, and then the fact that it's backed with this really heavy politically charged, I don't know, whatever you want, issue right now, or maybe not issue, but like, you know, however people are in the limelight of viewing the transgender community, the LGBTQ, right?
Yes.
Community. That's where you see a lot of this stuff. I mean, this to me is like a guy that went up there. Now, well, I'll say it like this, and then I'll get into that. This is a guy that said we're going to touch on some very sensitive topics. We're going to put it in this really stylized, over-the-top way to make sure people are still engaged.
We're going to make it like a Shakespearean tragedy.
Yes. Yeah, and like it's almost plays out like a play at points.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right? And, you know, we're gonna make this film, and we're gonna really speak about this community. I think the issue that I have with it, after kind of hearing about it and what's going on, we have a French director having a movie come out in America about a Mexican drug lord that wants to become transgender. I guess is that So there's a lot of different cultures funneling into this, right? So it's, what is it really the point of speaking out about this, or is it simply taking something that's going to be talked about and getting it in the faces and letting ideas populate from there? So
right,
that's yes. And that's why I think we have the discourse that we have on it.
I think that for Jacques Audiard to use these subject matters in a way that kind of like cultivates the attention that this movie has already gotten is in itself something that I can look at and go like, okay, there's some intentionality here. Whether or not people like that he did that or not is like a bigger question. My kind of like one of the primary issues I have with this movie is,
now let's get into it.
Well, we were getting into it, is the representation of Mexico as a culture, or like the type of culture that you find in that setting and how it's represented. Because for my understanding, this movie really never paints it in like a positive light, or like shows the like brighter side of that culture, and it feels like it's sort of like weaponizing the disparity and the cartel aspect and the violence of it to make this a heightened, compelling story, which I get. Like, there is that sort of like, oh, you know, you go to Mexico and it's like a cesspool, right, of like just cartel violence or whatever. That's like a lot of people's thinking.
That's the idea behind it.
That's the idea behind it. Whereas it's hard to kind of watch this movie and not think to yourself, I can't help but feel like this setting is being a little bit caricatured with the way that Jacques is portraying it.
Yeah, I mean, he took an idea that most people have on it, dogma, if you will,
for
about
sure.
People that's never been to Mexico.
And this is a movie that's like exaggerated in literally every single aspect. So some people I think can forgive that part of it.
Yeah,
it's a little bit harder for me to get over, just because I don't know, if you're gonna show like Emilia Pérez as a character having good moments in her life, or like having the ups with the downs, correlate that with the setting that she's in also, because it never feels like Mexico isn't just like miserable the entire time that she's down there.
I get that. I think the first train of thought I have is if it was a Mexican director painted it in the same picture, do we have any other issue with it? You know,
right.
And then the other one, the train of thought that I have is
it's a big part of it.
Right. And, you know, I mean, we're taking some, you know, like if you had like a Japanese film director film America and it's just, you know, like Alabama.
Honestly, would love to see it.
But
would love to see
you know,
that.
the other point that I have though is like, it's a, you know, it's not a third world country, but there are points there where, you know, like running water is an issue. You know, it's not they don't have a system set up like we do, and the infrastructure isn't there to support it. And, you know, some of that could dive into politics or where money's going or whatever problems Mexico may have. So, like, wherever she's at, it's not like, I mean, when she went to a beautiful city, the city looked great, you know, and her problems, she got to lean a little bit more into what the problems were that she wanted to help out with. And, you know, so I mean, like the setting itself, I kind of, like, I give it a pass a little bit because, like, if they went to, like, if we were in, one of the bigger cities, right? And it just looked like people living on top of each other, dusty streets, and like, this is the best that Mexico has to provide. I'd be like, okay,
yeah,
what are we? But I don't know if they ever, and I don't know where she was at the whole time, you know, to say that, you know, it should have been this way or that way. So it's I kind of give it a pass in that regard.
I will say it's a little bit more nuanced than how Mexico is portrayed in Rambo: Last Blood.
I didn't even realize.
That is just like, you know, you want to talk about a grisly portrayal of Mexico. Watch that movie because Jesus. Yeah, so there's that aspect of the movie that I'm not huge on.
Yeah.
Another part of it is I'm wondering if, like, audaciously using these subject matters and these topics as a way to, like, create a very exaggerated kind of like Shakespearean tragedy story.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's a better way to do it than to use the trans community as sort of like a plot device.
Right.
Or just like a MacGuffin or whatever you want to call it, like a tool for the movie and nothing more.
Right.
And I feel like the only thing that kind of saves it from it totally going into that end of the pool is Carla Sofia Gascon's performance. Whatever you want to say about like her as a person or like her tweets that she's made or whatever.
Yeah.
Like isolated within this movie's performance, I think she is good. Yeah. I think she serves it well.
I thought she's
doing what the movie wants to do. Right.
Yeah. And she's believable. I think it also helps that they have, you know, this person there that's wants to take on this role, be put out there in the spotlight for, you know, who she is, and lead this thing. I think, I mean, it takes a little bit of bravery with it. And, you know, I think that's the only thing that saves it from it being a MacGuffin.
Yes.
Like, I would say that if this were if Selena Gomez got dressed up as the male portion of this and then hopped into being Selena Gomez, I'd have a lot more qualms with it.
Right, exactly.
You know, and I think that's kind of, now for the story itself, sure, but I think actually having a transgender member play the role, it feels less like it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know?
There's a bit more genuineness behind it, but there is that sort of like cartoonishness that's baked into the cake. Yeah. Where it's like, I'm having a hard time with these things living next to each other.
Well, you know, that's why you get a French director and their interpretation of film is, and I don't want to speak out against it too much. I don't know the French philosophy on film or their waves of how they get cinema out to people, and is it for consumption or thinking? But yeah, this was definitely a new take on something, and yeah.
Oh, it's for sure a new, like, there's no other movie really like this.
No.
That's almost what makes it commendable to me.
Yes.
But there is just a lot that weighs it down.
It's like we've talked about, it's the setting. Are we using it as a tool, as a character, as a point of oh gosh, I'm trying to think of some of the issues that we have with where it's taking place, what the issue is,
right? How cheaply do we think these things are being implemented?
Yes, yeah. Is it simply for the story, and to get people there to see it and to highlight it, or is this actually a point of emphasis, and are we actually trying to make a statement?
Like, are we meant to like feel earnestly about this, or is it supposed to be like a jab?
Yes.
A jape.
Whatever. Well, and you never want to take a class of citizens and then say, hey, we're going to use your your stance right now, and we're going to use it as something that is going to make us money. Like it's a passion of the Christ. Like there's a story here. We know that we can feed it to millions of people. It's going to get us a lot of money, but does it feel that it's really being genuine, or is it out there to make a quick buck? You know, and that's the issue that you kind of have with it, especially with something so sensitive with the transgender community and how fresh it is within our timeline of issues being, going on right now. Are we doing anything to help the cause, or is this more so of, hey, this is a great story? I mean, this is very philosophical if you think about it. It's going to polarize a lot of people. And whether or not, if good publicity, bad publicity, publicity's publicity, right? So, like, is this something that kind of feels that it's being disingenuous?
Right.
Yeah.
How did you feel about Selena Gomez in this movie?
Selena Gomez?
Yeah. I don't think I was a fan of her performance.
No,
out of the three, she is by far the weakest.
And that's what was killing me is like on the poster, they have the three faces, right? And it's kind of each of these female leads going through this transitional period, right?
Yeah, like this poster right here.
Yeah, I did like that.
Thank you.
Did you take Selena that put me in? I probably could. Well,
it was Zoe Saldana that I replaced.
Oh yeah.
I replaced because I just wanted you to be front and center.
Yes.
If you guys don't know what we're talking about, I made custom posters for this episode.
You check them out, print them off, and hang them up.
Yeah, tape them to your wall.
Yeah.
Don't even put them in a frame.
She was all right. I there's nothing memorable that she did. I never even. Did you ever feel her grief or her stress or her
Not really, no.
It all of a sudden just popped up when she started singing about going to Edgar Ramirez and wanting to be away from the aunt that she's supposed to be living with. And,
yeah. Anytime she had a musical number, I felt it was the weakest one.
Yes.
Too.
Which is odd.
Right, because it's like she's the musical artist in the movie.
Yeah,
you think that would be something that they'd hone down and be like, all right, we got to get this right.
Talking to Jasmine and when she had the bedroom scene pop up and she's like, I just want to get away. I think that's what she was talking about and be, get me away from this world that I live in. I don't know if she even wanted her kids with her. It was just about escaping, I believe, And I just remember looking at Jasmine being like, Selena Gomez just isn't doing it for me.
No.
She isn't, and she's supposed to be the musician in all this.
Right. Because Zoe Saldana winning Best Actress for this movie, it's that's not unsurprising to me. I think she is the best performance.
Yeah, she wasn't weak, and I think she had the most probably relatable out of the three.
Well, she is sort of like the conduit for us as the audience.
Yes.
Because the movie is kind of on her for the first half hour, 35 minutes, whatever.
You really think that this is her story and her helping out this drug dealer or, this cartel leader. And then all of a sudden it transitions and then it gets a little... And we start touching on a lot more things.
Right. And then Emilia Pérez as the character is the focus after that, for sure. What did you think of the music itself? Because that is maybe the biggest element of this movie that I just could not get behind is some of these songs are memorable. And I like the way they're choreographed. I like the way they're filmed even. Zoe Saldana's El Mal song where she's in the reception hall or whatever, dancing around in the red suit, which looks pretty cool.
Yes.
The musical numbers themselves, I would say, range from all right to bad, just straight up not good songs.
You know what I really think, and I had this thought when the first one popped. The first one popped on when she's out in the streets, and I don't even remember what the fuck she was singing about. Maybe not being paid the right wage compared to her counterpart.
Yeah, it's her trying to make it as a lawyer. and like her being a slave to like the profession that she's chosen.
Yeah, the bourgeois are even just being, because she's a female, not being compensated fairly for, compared to a male's wage.
Right.
I think like a lot of the stuff that they were singing about, I feel like was politically charged. It wasn't just like I'm going to sing about kind of like what's going on right now or my emotions.
I would watch a musical of her singing about like her different like litigations and like court cases that she has to deal with.
Be another. I'm just not musicals are not my.
I mean, they're not mine either. Yeah. But if you're gonna make them where they're wacky and insane.
These were wacky. I think the problem is there's a disconnect with the language barrier. Because like if you think about it, you're not just popping on Swedish songs, Mexican songs, Japanese. Like in America we have our own taste, and music's like one of those things where it's kind of branched so far now into what we're getting into with our preferences, but that stuff, like you might hear someone that has like a foreign band that they listen to, right? And it's just that band, right? It's like, and it fits within the style of, I used to listen to Metallica and whatever, and they remind me a lot of that. So I think there's a disconnect between, because like I'm reading subtitles, I'm watching the choreography, and I'm trying to listen to the music, and I feel like if they had done this in English, it might be a little bit different, because we could actually sit there and watch the song itself, because it's very disorienting with everything going on while you're watching this thing.
There was an English song. It was them singing about penoplasty or whatever, like the penis and vagina song.
Yeah, penis and vagina, penis and vagina.
Which, after I watched another clip of that, I lowered my rating. It's like, no, this can't exist in this movie and have me give it the score that I gave it.
They do it so seriously too. Like there's a little bit of touch of.
I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about that song specifically, and one of the hosts was like, "Oh, I like this song a lot because it's hilarious. Like it's obviously meant to be funny." And I watched that scene and I'm like, "Is it? It's a little tongue in cheek, but also I feel like." They are going through it in a way where it's like, if you are curious about how transitioning works, these are the procedures that we talk about.
I think the tone itself was supposed to be, and this is where this thing had like tonal issues too. Because like they are going for. I laughed during that song, and it wasn't just because they were saying penis and vagina. I remember thinking that there were some funny parts in that song. And they're doing it so very seriously, right?
Yes.
But that's what I'm like. But it starts out with them staring at each other, and like we're gonna have this very serious conversation about how to have a man become a woman, right?
Tonal whiplash.
And then they try to start shuffling in some of this comedic, the comedic sense to it, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be laughing. Like they seem like they're serious, but also this is kind of funny to me. Some of the dialogue's a little funny in here, but
it's like Jacques Audiard is touching on these subject matters and be like, "Hey, this is like something that is reflective of our real world and like what people go through with struggles. But this is also a fun movie, so I'm gonna wink at the camera."
Yeah. Or maybe, we don't have to take this so seriously when people talk about. Maybe he's like looking at the issue itself, saying like,
"Could be.
You don't have to take this so seriously. Like it's like anything else that's happening in the world. You could probably have a joke about it, and if you don't think about it as serious, you could probably have a. I don't know. That's one of the things that I had with the movie too. Is with some of the themes, the tonal issues are just going left and right with it because it's so frenetic, and you never get a sense of Are we standing up for something? Are we making light? Is this just a good story?
Are we poking fun?
Yeah. Is it like you said, Shakespearean tragedy?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. But
especially towards the end.
Yeah, but like within that sense, like when you say the association with a Shakespearean tragedy, like levity does not come to mind, right?
With some of the Shakespeare's plays,
I know he wrote it in there, but I'm just saying the general gist of it.
Yeah.
Like if you say Shakespearean tragedy to someone walking on the streets, like I don't think they go like, oh yeah,
what a knee slapper Hamlet is.
I know it's gonna be unfortunate, but goddamn, it's got some good jokes.
Right.
Like that's what I'm saying. And so I don't know if that was kind of being like thrown in there too. And it's just there's so much, and the language barrier itself might harm this film,
right?
In a way, because it's sometimes it's hard to pick on, when people are trying to be sarcastic or make a joke here or there.
Yeah. Intentionality is the thing that I think comes into question when talking about this film. And that is for me like really what kind of puts the stamp on it for me of like I'm not really behind a lot of what this movie's doing.
And from what I know about, well, not from what I guess I could say, and it's very little from what I know, but like French cinema has a lot of philosophical conundrums that go on. You know, like they are challenging you to think about the film and the emotions and some of, you know, like social justice, what's right and what's wrong. How do you feel about, you know, like justice, for instance, right? Like what's your take on it? And we're going to challenge those thoughts, right? And we're going to put it in a way that maybe makes you feel uncomfortable, but at least you're talking about it and thinking about it. Mm-hmm. And I think that is some of what flows in throughout this film. And that's where we see those tonal issues. And that's why I don't, you know, and I'm not disagreeing with you, because intentionality for us, you know, being American audience members is something that most films we get a grasp on. And even films that make us question, right, what we're watching, at least it's posed in that light of, I want you thinking about this in this way, you know, and then we'll put it on you to inference on whatever you're feeling about it.
How do you feel about this?
Yeah.
Was there anything else we wanted to touch on with Emilia Pérez? That was a good, meaty talk.
Oh, God.
This is going to be quite the episode.
Oh, killer. I love it. Well, this is what we do. And now we have more ideas about movies than when we first started.
This is why we're recording this.
Coda was good.
On 2 p.m.
Coda.
On a Sunday.
It was really good.
I like the way it looked. The characters were cool.
Yeah.
I thought they were neat.
Yeah.
The words they said, oh man, I liked those.
Yeah, well, even signed, I should say. Can we say signed?
I think so. Don't cancel us.
Yeah. No, I'm good on it. This movie has so much that you could pluck at, but now even just kind of talk about it, it does make you, which is a brings up a good point about the film, is whether you are going to sit on a side of the fence. I don't know how many people are like, nah, you know, like it's one way or another. Now, to the varying extent that you sit on the side of the fence probably depends, but we are talking about it, and it does raise a lot of questions and conversations. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I don't want to knock it there.
Shall we get into ratings?
Yes.
Am I going first?
Yeah, because I read it, right?
Yep.
All right.
So I had this at a 5 out of 10 when I first saw it.
Oh no!
But then I rewatched one of the songs, the like vaginoplasty song or whatever, penis and vagina song.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think I can forgive this movie for that. This is a 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's one where like this isn't the worst movie I've seen. It's not even the worst movie I've seen that was nominated for an Oscar,
right,
or like multiple Oscars or whatever. I think that what it is doing is audacious and wacky and unique enough to where like there are aspects about this movie that I fully do enjoy.
Yeah.
Like just the Shakespearean craziness, tragedy of it all. The way it's filmed, I particularly liked how like kind of like wide lens and like dynamic the filmmaking was during the musical numbers and during that last like kind of like car crash scene, which we didn't really touch on the ending, but I think we said
I can't even
most of what we need to say.
I remember a little bit about it, and
right,
that movie has you feeling a lot of different ways by the time it ends.
It does, but I think there is too much about this movie that I have an issue with in terms of some of the performances, the music just to me not being good enough for it to justify it being a musical, the indecisiveness of whether or not it wants to be goofy or if it wants to touch on these subject matters in a way that like affects people in real life.
Yeah.
So to me, this is a 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
Hi, baby.
Yeah, I guess boy, I don't know. I think I'm going to stick with what I got just because I know rewatchability is like very low for me on this thing. Mm-hmm. When we watched it, I mean, you get through it. It definitely holds your attention, I'd like to say. Yeah, the music was all right. Some of the tonal issues really got me. I did like the performances for the most part. The middle act, I was really like, okay, like we're starting to do some good things here with her. Now she's actually using her resources for good. Once again, I mean, they try to touch on so many themes, and I once watching it, I thought we were actually doing it for a good reason, but now like having everyone heard talk about it, was this just to get a quick buck? So when I originally rated this thing, and I don't know where I was at, I must have just had a fun experience with Jasmine watching it because she liked it. I had this at an 8 out of 10. But it's a 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
I usually like my barometer for above average, below average is at 5. Right? I don't have just a lot of 5 movies. I think this, to me, what it was going for and what it maybe accomplished did hit a little bit more than what it does for most. But
absolutely
not a.
I don't think it's a complete piece of shit. Like it's not.
Listen, I get you.
It's not like god awful, you know.
No, the 4 stars I think for you are for what it was attempting to do.
Oh, for sure.
You're right.
I would never call it boring. I was never bored watching it.
It's just it can be confusing at times.
Yeah, just a little unidentifiable.
Yes.
Cool. Well, it's my turn.
Yes.
And this is a film that I know obviously you watched all these films. I know you've talked about it in a little bit of a conversation piece here and there, but I don't think we've really gone super in depth with it. So I'm not entirely sure how you feel about it. I don't know if you know how I feel about it.
Okay.
We're going to talk about Conclave next.
Oh, interesting. Did not think you were going there.
Oh, I'm going there.
All right.
So Conclave, 2024 political thriller film, directed by Edward Berger, who previously directed the All Quiet on the Western Front remake, which we've talked about.
Yeah.
Screenplay by Peter Strahan. Stars Ray Fiennes as Cardinal Thomas Lawrence, who is the Dean of the College of Cardinals, who, after the Pope passes away, is in charge of conducting the election for who they're going to pick as the next Pope.
What they call that? Damn it, they said it so many friggin' times. Anyways, I'm sorry.
We'll maybe pick it up in the conversation.
Okay.
Stanley Tucci plays Cardinal Aldo Bellini, who is an American cardinal who is a little bit more kind of like liberal about his views. He's a little bit more reasonable. He's one that people kind of like want to become the
Progress Pope. Is at the forefront.
Progress
with his
is at the forefront.
Platitude.
We got John Lithgow as Cardinal Joseph Tremblay. Lucien Msamati, I am so sorry I butchered the fuck out of that, as Cardinal Joshua Adeyemi, Nigerian candidate. Brian F. O'Brien as Raymond O'Malley. Where's Tedesco?
Sergio Castellito?
Yes, Sergio Castellito as Cardinal Goffredo Tedesco, who has quite an incredible presence in this movie, I will say.
He is the conservative of the group.
Isabella Rossellini as Sister Agnes. Is there anyone else that Carlos Diaz as Cardinal Vincent Benitez.
Yes.
Who comes in at the very last minute in the process of conducting this election.
Thank you very much.
Yep. It's a very kind of like dramatic portrayal of this sort of process, very character driven, very like uncovering secrets sort of movie.
It is some espionage. It is a thriller.
It is, yeah, very much. It's portrayed that way. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean, depending on the stakes of what you view as your like religious identity, I mean, this could be like a very, very serious thing, like watching this thing where you're on the edge of your seat, or just for a casual goer. There's some high stakes, but like at the end of the day, it's not saving the universe.
Right.
I
think a big sort of praise that I have to give this movie is the fact that it takes a subject matter that I really wasn't too familiar with. I'm not Catholic. I don't know how conducting the election for finding the next pope works after the previous one died.
If you've seen Two Popes, they touch on that a little in there too.
Okay, I have not seen that one.
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out. But it takes that subject matter and it makes it so interesting with the way it's filmed and the way the dialogue plays out and how the characters interact, that I have to give this movie that level of praise.
Yeah.
I enjoy this film quite a bit, and I'm curious your thoughts on it.
I did too.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, that was our discussion on Conclave, everyone.
Let's go into ratings.
Cool.
I thought the performances, I like the Tooch. I like Rolf. Sorry, Ray.
Dr. Rolf.
Yeah. And Lithgow being in the thing is very fun. The way that this thing plays out is a little bit of like a political thriller. There are, maneuverings being made for people to get votes, right? This is also the way that they look at it as being a step in one direction or another in terms of what we're able to promote, what the Catholic Church is going to abide by, how we're able to, help humanity, or maybe the way there's some detriments with humanity, what we need to clip, right?
Right.
With kind of Tedesco's reasoning on it. So all this plays out in a very I want to say fun. Like to me, it's fun in the sense of like you're on not necessarily the edge of your seat.
It's the most fun I think you can have watching a bunch of old men talk.
But it reminded
in secret.
It reminded me of like high school, like Who Wants to Be the Prom King?
Right.
So you have to do all of this political maneuvering around.
I would love to see that, like that level of gravitas, but applied to like a high school environment.
We're locked, like it's like we just found out COVID, so you're 3 days with us right now before we can release you guys because we're being quarantined in here. So it's just in the cafeteria as you're going around and you're hearing what Susie Q is,
right. Who's gonna put vending machines in the lunchroom versus like who's gonna hand out gum at the end of every period?
We're gonna get free lunch because we're getting a grant from the state. God damn it!
I'm voting for Tedesco because he promised new T-shirts in the school shop.
Yeah, like it's fun in that, like, because like at the end of the day, and at the end of the day too, I mean, like who you're listening to, you're also kind of bought in that. All right, like if Tedesco wins it, hey, it might take a setback.
Shit's gonna go bad.
Progress is gonna kind of be stunted here. We're obviously getting to we're manufacturing certain lines.
Quite the time to have this movie released. Too,
a lot
in the wake of our real life election that had a lot of stakes and consequences to it.
I think there's a couple of films in here that very felt
very timely.
Yes,
very timely.
So, and then you have, and then you got the Tooch in there who is, I hooked onto him, like, all right, I like where he's at. And then all of a sudden he starts unraveling a little bit with understanding what could happen, not necessarily getting the political backing that he thought he was going to be getting in this little frickin' gossip circle, if you will, and also kind of recognizing what's going to happen with progress if Tedesco were to get voted on.
Right.
And having that issue of wanting to take control of the situation letting democracy take over, right, and having it play out organically.
I'm going to ask you. So you watched this at home, right? You didn't see it in theater. How did it feel watching this in the comfort of your own space? Because when I saw this, it was in a theater.
Yeah,
and the sound design on this movie was crazy good in the gravel of their old man voices coming through the speakers, and like just how Ray Fiennes, his voice just emanates throughout the space. You're in a theater, you're locked into this movie. I was going to be on board with what was going on regardless if I saw this in a theater or not. Watching it in a theater forces you to be like so locked in that you're like, I can't help but just be invested in what's going on. And so I'm curious if that was the experience.
Same
for you
way.
at home.
I was same
That's
way.
Good.
I enjoy, like, in these political thrillers when there's not too much going on. Like the Mission Impossible ones have, and that, like when I say political, it's not necessarily for voting or for for one. A form of government or another.
Not like literal politics in the way people think about them.
Right. It's persuading opinion and having people vote for you to run something. So I really enjoy when it's simply laid out like that. The stakes are kind of high. This is something that could happen in real life. Like I don't know what necessarily like the recent Pope, I think, passed away or is about to pass away, like right now. And it makes you think like, oh shit, like, is that what happens when they go here? Like, is this all they get, the 42 cardinals here?
The only thing I knew was the smoke and how, like, if it's black smoke, they haven't picked one yet, right? And then if it's white smoke, they've elected the new pope.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only thing I knew.
That's
from like when I was a kid and Pope John Paul died.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Oh, they had it on like CNN.
Yeah, it was like on fucking NBC or whatever.
Yeah, they would just show it, and it's like, oh, there's another 24
I'm like a kid
hours.
in a hotel room, like eating candy, watching TV, flipping through channels, and they're like, oh, the smoke appeared black today as the Catholic Vatican did not choose a pope elect. And I'm like, oh, cool. I wonder if everybody loves Raymond still on.
Next.
Very much so.
Yeah, no, but I mean, and I don't really know. I mean, I'm assuming that's the process that they go through, and they had a certain term for it. But I don't know if the political side of that goes on with these guys that are like, all right, we've got 3 favorites, and now you get the Cardinals together, and we have to get like, hey, I'm gonna pull these 4 guys over here that represent, like the eastern side of Europe and whatever regions that they're in, because I think they all are like a certain like hierarchy, like they sit right below, so they govern certain areas in which the hierarchy below them has everyone that's populated that goes
different groups represented.
And that's what I'm saying, like I wonder if that's what really happens, like it's a really fun. I really liked it too because they modernized it a little bit as opposed to like what you see in the 2 popes where there's no technology. Like these guys are smoking cigarettes, they're on their phones, like they have lives outside of just being cardinals a little bit. Like in this sense, it's very much driven on what's going on within the church. But
yeah, I like the way that sort of bleeds into the movie. It's like, we're going to remind you that like this happens like in our current scape, like our current culture with like technology and like how people conduct themselves. Fucking Tedesco hitting the vape in the middle of like Ralph Fiennes' speech in the cafeteria went crazy.
Dude, I just liked it when I knew I was invested when they all start showing up to this thing, and it's like, we're gonna get locked into the quarters, right? And he's got a guy with his bag, and he's sitting there. He's got the vape at that point. He's just in his casual suit, and you're like, oh yeah, these are people. And I know that they're supposed to signify a much heavier presence with the deity, but like they're still people, and they still have the way that they function outside of just being in this church and like what's happening now. And so that really, it grounds the characters a little bit for you to remember that as Ralph Fiennes is going through this stuff, that while he has a higher calling, he's still persuaded with his perception on what he thinks right and wrong, and it's not so like almighty and or whatever you want to say, where it's only this, it's only the church, it's only God, like everyone's got to be on their platform about what they're saying. Like you do get the sense like Lithgow when he gets called out, and all of a sudden he starts breaking down, and it's like, that's not a man of God, that is a man that saw his chance and blew it. And I really like the characters in this, and I thought the plot was very clean, concise, and as you're going through the steps trying to figure out what's going to happen, it's fun.
It's simple and significant.
Yeah,
it's. I love the way that this movie's structured, in that like you fully understand like what's going on, but it never feels like the movie makes you feel dumb. Like it never feels like it dumbs itself down for the sake of like bringing you in as a sort of like, oh, we're going to try to relate to an audience who might not even be fucking Catholic or like doesn't even know what this shit is all about. Right. It does not feel watered down that way.
Or played to the other side too, where this is going to be so only Catholic members are going to understand the gravity of what's happening. Like,
exactly.
Like it does a really good job of kind of eliminating some of the God, I am struggling with trying to come up with some of these terms today.
You're good.
Well, you say that. But like sitting on like one side of the fence, you know. So it's not playing to one side or another. It's really like a political thriller that's happening, and it's just using the structure of the Catholic churches. Like this, like I said, this could be like a high school gymnasium with kids trying to get prom, and they're locked in for a couple days, or even played out within 24 hours of figuring out, how do I get elected?
Yeah. I love that this movie is just on Ralph Fiennes the whole time.
He's awesome.
Carried by his performance. I'm glad that he was nominated.
Yeah.
For a period of time, and I think I even said it on this podcast, I would not be sad or surprised if he won for the Oscar. The only thing is that Adrien Brody in The Brutalist was getting so much fucking traction in the discussions about winning Best Actor in a movie. Yeah. So like, if I had to have my pick, he would be my number 2, Ralph Fiennes. In this movie. because I think he's really great. I love him so much as an actor.
They do there's a really awesome line in this thing that I really liked, and there's the Pope that's passed, and like this thing starts out with the Pope being dead, and they're all in the room trying to like collect and figure out like what's going to happen next, and they all understand like change is going to happen. Right, like there's a certain gravity, and everyone. And Ray Fiennes is the only one that's kind of like more concerned about what's going on with the Pope. And then he's talking to someone, and they ask him if he's going to run to be the next Pope, right? And he said that the old Pope said to him, "They're shepherds, right? And the shepherds guide the flock, and then they're the managers of the farm." Who help the shepherds. Right. And you ultimately at that point kind of gut punch to him of his understanding of, I am only here to make sure that this goes accordingly.
Right. I am being like kind of held back in like what I would maybe want to do.
Yes.
But I'm going to still perform my locked in duty to the best of my ability.
Yes.
Which is like, yeah, I love that as a character where like you can still see the conflict in his face.
Yes.
You can see like the internal struggle and like how he is just trying his best to be the guy that like the Pope assigned him as this job. Yeah. Right. Like there's so many different things going on with like his performance in a microcosm that's like I can identify like 4 different emotions going through his head in like any given scene.
Oh yeah.
Of like the conflict of like dealing with these people and like the personal friendships that he's built with some of these cardinals that he interacts with. It's like, yeah, you see the sort of like sacrifice that goes under when he performs his job, and everybody is like, you know, there's a certain point in this movie where like everyone has an issue with him, and he's like, he's trying to go through it in a way where it's like, I'm doing my job, but also like this is hurting me. Like I don't want people to think that I'm just like detached and having like an easy time with this sort of thing. Like this is really weighing me down.
Yes, there's a certain level of neutrality that he has to play, but you can obviously see that it's taking its toll, whether one way or another, you know. But I think he did a really remarkable job of, if you just think about, you're going to have this huge election that's going to present change one way or another, right? Either we're going to keep moving this way or we're going to move that way. And ultimately, while he has his own ideas, he has to guide all this to the best of his ability to not be biased. And it gets a true remark of a leader in what he does, of not being swayed, and also being you know, a guy. Now, I don't want to say guiding, but making sure that everything stays on track. Like, this is a very remarkable event that's about to occur, and it's his job to make sure that this doesn't go sideways. And there's a lot of opportunities that it could. And I thought it was phenomenal. I really liked it. I really liked his performance, and because I know we're kind of running up on the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say
we don't have to keep going on.
For sure.
The ending got me. I thought this is, out of all the films that we probably watched out of the 10 that are nominated, this is right up there with best endings.
I was gonna ask you about that because that might be where we kind of diverge a bit.
Yeah.
Because when I first watched this movie, I was like pretty much all in. I was like, hell yeah, I'm buying so much of what this movie's selling me.
Yeah.
And then as time went on, retroactively thinking about how it ended, to me it was like a little too perfect, if that makes sense. Like it feels like a little too much of a like perfect kind of like situation to have set up.
So
I think for I'm maybe going to use this wrong, like the logistics of how this thing ends, how this movie plays out and where it ends does not feel as cohesive to me as I maybe would have liked. And obviously they tease throughout like, oh, you know, Benitez has visited like these hospitals and like there's hospital records, but we don't know what he was there for.
Right.
And like there is the sprinkling idea of like, oh, you know, we're going to elect the next pope and they're going to usher in like how we as a Vatican like operate in terms of like culture and like social issues and like all these different things.
Right.
And Benitez getting it at the end is representative of like, oh, we're leading towards like a more progressive era of the papacy.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I think that maybe they could have done it a little bit more in that, like, because I don't hate the ending. It's just, to me, a little bit tacked on of like, all right, we maybe could have used like a bit more to build this up as an idea, right?
To some extent, I like the mystery that was shrouded with him and what was going on. Right. Is he someone that's gonna pass away? Is this a very innocent, pure person that's gonna lead us? That we ultimately know that he is looking at, you know, the ends of man as being a man, right? Or I should say human, right? So what's going on is you're taking someone that's really, I mean, to me, pure in that sense of looking at an issue and not necessarily describing it as one way or another, but be able to take on the issue itself and kind of break it down. Because I felt like he did that with a couple things. And so I like that they took that approach with it, right? We're not looking at this as politics as yet. We're looking at as electing a person that's going to help guide us with what they deem right or wrong. And Benitez felt very good in that sense of, I am not persuaded by this person or that person. It's not money. It's not, you know, we want to do this with genders. We want to do this with like homosexuality, whatever it may be, that the social issues that were being presented, is that we're going to look at this in a matter of humans have dignity and we need to respect that, right? Yeah. The other thing too that I didn't pick up on, but I was listening to a pod that I really liked that helped me with it, was there's a point when I think Ray Fiennes is talking about playing chess with the Pope, and Tooch goes, "Did you ever beat him?" And he goes, "No, he was always like 2 steps ahead of me. Like I'd never," and that's how he knew he was dying, and he was putting all this together for Benitez to ultimately get there. So while it seems kind of like shoehorned a little bit, it still plays into this Pope, who was incredibly smart, well respected, got him to this point knowing that he'd ultimately get there. Right. And so that made me appreciate it more. But I mean, it is pretty clean with how it ends. Yeah. And
to me, a little too clean. Yeah. I'm not saying it's a completely inappropriate way to end the movie. Right. It's just, it's one that I'm like, it's a little bit too polished for me.
Yeah. 2 different takes on it. And I understand
for a movie that like, it relishes in the like muddiness of it all, you know?
Yeah, it's still some muddiness once you...
a little bit.
Once you get to that, like right when he announces him and he finds out all this shit, Ray Fiennes is like, okay. I don't know if we were ready for that, but okay, we're doing it.
Puts his hands up, just goes like, fuck it.
Yeah, like I mean,
this is out of my control.
Like at that point, you're like, I hope this was the best choice now, because this could really go sideways.
Right. He's just like sweating profusely.
Yeah. So I was like, dude, they're going through that and he finds out and Ray Fiennes is just staring on it. It's like, you know, he's doing all the events in his head about how it's gotten to this point. And you could just see like, well, it's done, you know, like, all right. I don't know how I feel about this, but I did my job.
My preferred ending, they nominate the turtle for the papacy, and then they give him a little Pope hat.
It's supposed to be some sort of like metaphor in there.
Because there's 2 scenes with the turtle.
Yes.
There's one scene where, is it Benitez that like helps the turtle like get back to the water or something?
It might be.
And then the last scene, Ray Fiennes like repeats that action.
Yes.
And it's like supposed to be like a symbol of like solidarity, and like also Ray Fiennes is like not like changed perspective, but like his attitude towards it all, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
It's gotten further away from the politics as it has gotten back into helping.
Yes.
Right.
And my review on this on Letterboxd was just a turtle emoji. So
nice. Yeah. I did like the turtle. I was like, Fred.
Yeah. Right. I figured you would relate.
Oh, I loved it. I just didn't get I did not pick up on the symbolism of it all, but yeah.
Shall we get into ratings?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right.
You're going up.
Oh, really?
I'm nominating you to give a rating.
And I'll give it. God, I wish I could remember some of Tedesco stuff. Character-driven piece. I really liked it. This is a fun movie. This thing goes down incredibly smooth in terms of rewatches. Probably could throw it back on. It does. I think this is like a fun party movie too, because it would present, as long as people like aren't drinking or incredibly passionate about one thing or another, you know, where what would you do in these scenarios? I mean, just talk about, like, we just brought up the, you know, high school prom running for king, you know, and it's just a fun take on it, and the stakes are somewhat high. Makes you think a little bit, but I really like the performances in it. I thought they were all great. So this is a 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm in the same exact boat with you. 8 out of 10.
Nice.
This is a very well-made, solid movie. We didn't even really talk about like how it looks. I love the way it's filmed. The cinematography is gorgeous. I think Edward Berger has like a good visual eye as a director.
Yes.
And again, just like the dialogue and the performances really tie this together of like, yeah, this is a solid political thriller.
Yeah.
With like a lot of intriguing parts that doesn't make you feel dumb, doesn't hold your hand, but also makes it in a way where like, yeah, this is easily digestible. This is something where like I can definitely get behind like what this movie's given me. It's not leaving me lost in the forest.
No, I was going to say this is a fun like Halloween corn maze. As opposed to being like the Inception maze. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not
right
confusing at all. This is and if you take a wrong turn, don't worry, you can get back out and still get back on the path.
The maze in The Shining.
Oh, I was just thinking about, like, I'm not Jack Torrance. But I'm sure there are people that watch that probably felt that way after the movie.
I identify with Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, I get to pick
You get to pick the next one.
I do. Okay. Let's do God, there's so many good movies. All right. Let's do a fun one because I think I don't know when it would get picked, but it's this one. Maybe we'll buy us some time. Let's do Wicked.
Wicked. All right.
Wicked. Because I want to hear your take on it because you were kind of showing your hand a little at the Oscars. And I know Megan loved this thing, it sounds like.
There might have been a little bit of preamble about these movies while we were watching the ceremony.
A little bit. I mean, kind of get enough of the emotions on it. But these two, I think, are easy, at least for us, just because of our taste in movies. Wicked, 2024 film. Directed by John M. Chu. Written by Winnie Holzman. And there's a book. I'm not sure who wrote it. So maybe I'll click on that just in case people want to dive into that. Screenplay novel by Gregory Maguire. Wicked stars Cynthia Erivo as Elphaba. Ariana Grande as Glinda.
Linda.
Michelle Yeoh as Madame Morrible. Jonathan Bailey as Fierro. Peter Dinklage is in this as Dr. DeLamond. And Jeff Goldblum starring as the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
I'm the wizard.
Yeah, yes. Yes. I can't believe, look at my community that
it's me. Yes.
Yes. Yes, Glinda. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is a
Wicked Witch.
This is a movie that's based off a Broadway show. And the book came out. Gregory Maguire took a picture that looks fresh, so I can't imagine how old or young he was when he wrote it. So it is the story of Elphaba as she starts to understand that she is a witch, kind of coming up through and finding, determining what she wants to do in life. And I say it like that because it's really played out so she has she has a sister who is paralyzed. It's going off to college for whatever this college does. I'm not really sure. And Elphaba knows that she is kind of the black mark of society. Right? Like in terms of all these things going on, everyone denounces her, looks down on her, and I don't know if it's because of her powers or because she's green.
It's because she's green.
It feels that way. So she takes her sister off to college, and some events happen as we introduced is it Glinda? So Goldblum called her one name.
Glinda is her real name.
Okay.
She takes on Glinda because of like her like thing with the professor and all that, right?
Oh, okay, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, Goldblum had some funny stuff with her. So Glinda shows up, and obviously she's the belle of the ball, and no one really cares for Elphaba. And Elphaba does this thing, and Michelle Yeoh, Madame Morrible, recognizes that this is the one that's going to save Oz, that can help Oz and read the doctrine of the undoctrinable doctrines. And so we just go through the story about her kind of trying to find acceptance at the college with some fun, whimsical songs and some strife, kind of some arcs. That's what I have. So how was your experience with this?
Oh, it was a wicked fun time, mate. That was my horrible Australian accent. No, I was pleasantly surprised by how much I did enjoy this movie.
Yes.
I went into this kind of an Ariana hater. I'm not like a huge fan of her.
Sure.
I
didn't know you have enough.
I find her annoying and kind of like a little bit trashy at points. Not a huge fan of her music or whatever.
I think she's anorexic too.
She's going through some type of eating disorder right
she
now, which
looks
is very
really
sad and
unhealthy.
Very,
right?
Yeah. I don't want to spend like a ton of time talking about it.
Yeah, this isn't judgy. I have not said this to anyone, but every time I see her, I'm like, there is something part of me that wants to write her a letter and say like, please like seek help with whatever you're going through.
Right. Obviously, like you just want her to like feel better, do better, like whatever, like be healthier.
That's the problem with all the shit that happens is like these people get dressed up, they stand up there, they have to talk about all these causes and how they're helping. They're all fucking self-indulgent, right? And then you see little Ariana Grande sitting there and it's like, boy, like what's going on? Like she doesn't look good. Obviously, like I think she needs to talk to someone.
She's got some demons that I think needs to address in her own way.
But anyway, she was fantastic in this thing.
I liked her performance.
Yeah,
I thought she was good. I was like I said, pleasantly surprised by this movie. Cynthia Erivo did a good job. This is a film that's obviously like not entirely within like my preferred genre. Not like a huge fan of musicals. I think we touched on it with Emilia Pérez. Not even like really into like adaptations of Broadway musicals. Like I don't have a ton of experience with that as an art form.
Yeah, we got
right. I don't need to litigate it too much, I guess.
You could go into every musical type that you don't like,
right?
But I think
we'd be here for like a whole other part 2 episode, which this movie is a part 1. We should say
yes.
But at the end of the day, is this a fun, memorable musical with like decent performances and like music tracks that like kind of stick in your head as like a worm, as like an earworm? I think so. I think that this movie succeeds in what it's trying to do, in that like it is taking a big budget look, a big budget swing at this as a stage play, which I was a little bit familiar with the source material beforehand. It's like obviously offering like a different perspective of the Wicked Witch of the West from The Wizard of Oz. It's taking that, flipping it on its head and going like, well, what if the story is that she was the good one and Glinda wasn't so virtuous, right?
Right.
Were you familiar with the story of that before watching this?
No, and we don't have to really touch on it.
Sure.
Well, I shouldn't say like that. I mean, if the audience members, if you want to, I think there's enough background behind this, and right. I'd heard. So when this came out, my idea with it was this is a different take on the Wizard of Oz, taking it from the witch's perspective and kind of placing it maybe with some societal or civil justice, social justice going on, and making it a little bit more political than what it needed to be.
Very allegorical.
Yeah. And, so I thought this was fresh. I didn't think there was source material on it. Jasmine told me about it. It's Broadway play, all this stuff. So kind of went into like, all right, so they got some source material. I'm curious as to what we're going to get now that I feel like this is going to be very poppy, watered down for kids, right? Like we're trying to get into another one of these big budget films that are going to capture 18 to 14-year-olds and
right.
And apparently some 30-year-olds. So,
right.
And that's and then I find out a little bit more and like you described it. I mean, it's not bad. It has all the recipes of what you just said for making it a fun movie.
Oh yeah.
I really think if you go into this with your arms folded saying I'm not going to like it, you will find a way probably not to like it.
Right, like a child about to eat like a food that they've never had
broccoli
before. Yeah.
Right?
Like this is not mine.
Yeah.
No.
Like I'm watching this but I don't want it. Yeah, you'll find a way to not like it. I was almost in that realm. Like and it's actually funny cuz it was Jasmine's birthday. Love you, babe. And it was between seeing this or Nosferatu. I wanted to see Nosferatu.
Naturally.
Yeah. Another love story. And I was like, you know what? No, it's her birthday. Let's go see Wicked. Like I was gonna be grumpy old man, arms folded, like not gonna enjoy this. I said it's her. Like she wants to enjoy it. I want to enjoy it too. Like I'm gonna be open minded about it, right? If you're open minded about this thing, it's fun. It's poppy. There's some funny dialogue in it. The scores are so. We'll touch on that in a second. The choreography's great, right? Acting's not bad. And, I don't think anything's really heavy-handed in this at all. I mean, I felt a little bit of the...
There's a little bit of, like, heavy-handedness with how people treat Elphaba, but I think that exaggeration's more intentional than not, right?
It's supposed to be, I think.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why Cynthia Erivo plays the part, African-American lady that's playing the part as opposed to Ariana playing the Green Witch.
Right.
I think that, and that's, like you said, an allegory to some of modern day times of what's going on now, playing out a little bit and what we've seen.
It heightens the movie, but the movie is already to a point of like, all right, this is fun, this is poppy, this is like a little bit in your face, but there's an intentionality there that I think I can like forgive the movie for being so blatant about its themes, right?
And it's, I was about to say, the other thing that plays in it is the animals, the talking animals that somehow they've got to get washed of the land, which
they
like
would represent othered people and
other classes. You could view it, I mean, however you want to view it, right? But that's probably more heavy-handed than what's going on with the witch.
Yeah,
at some point.
I think like the thing that works with this movie the most, and I think it served well as being a part one, because people were sort of griping about like, oh, this is like a part one and it's longer than the entirety of the stage play story, right?
Yeah.
I think what works fundamentally is the relationship between Elphaba and Galinda. I think without that as like the sort of base, without that as the buildup for the movie and it justifying being a part one, this movie just wholly does not work. Yeah. And I think that the performances being good, the relationship being believable and how it's like played out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of selfishness from Galinda's part, but there is like a little bit of like genuine care that she has in her heart. And like Elphaba just trying her best to like be the best person she can be, despite the fact that everybody in her life, society, like people around her are telling her that she's bad.
Yeah.
I think that is like the main juice that this movie has going behind it, right?
Yes.
And it's impressive how well this movie flies by too, which we can talk about, but like that's my sort of like biggest praise.
I'm in the same boat. I mean, a lot of it is, a lot of it's very poppy. There's a couple things that feel rushed, but for the most part, it feels believable. Just because if you want to say, Galinda's a narcissist, like I don't know how quick she'll change. I feel like if you had to look at it, she's more viewing it as like a hypothetical imperative of like, I will become friends with Elphaba to get into the school, right? And there are points where you start to see that she has a little bit more empathy than what we thought she was capable of having. Mm-hmm. And I think 20 minutes of this film, I was like, all right, they're really friends, and the arcs, there are a couple, like the friendship, I want to say that felt like a good arc of the film with where it went to where it eventually got to, and, I have to go this way, you have to go that way now. And probably knowing that Galinda was going to choose ultimately the path that she went down versus going with Elphaba, but you could see that she was a little torn.
Oh yeah,
by that point.
And if the performance didn't make me believe that, then there would be nothing there for me to like hold on to.
Yeah,
but I think their chemistry is like what drives this movie, and it's interesting like seeing their interviews like outside of this movie and like how attached to the hip they seem to be, and like the meme of them like holding space where like she's barely holding onto her finger, and like how they just like, God, can they just like fucking make out already? Like Jesus Christ, like they're just basically a couple at this point.
They must have got along well, and that chemistry filters into the movie. Mm-hmm. Which is fantastic. I mean, this stuff is aided a lot. You wouldn't think that the characters and the performances would be like the driving point of this thing for why. I mean, at least I think it's good. You'd think it's more dealing with the music and the choreography and, you know, how whimsical can it be, and is it still holding true to the story?
Right. And I don't hate the music in this movie. I think a lot of it too is like pretty memorable. It's not what I like the most about this film, which is odd because it is like a Broadway musical. It's even like kind of presenting itself as like, oh, we're kind of playing to the back of the stage. That's why there's so much of this movie that's like exaggerated and loud and like over the top.
Yeah.
But really, like, that part of the movie feels so secondary compared to like, the actual narrative that's going on.
Yeah. No, I agree. Because I mean, I will say when this thing started out, I was like, okay, like, what are we in for? Mm-hmm. You know, and then we start to see a little bit of the contentious relationship that they have and both their driving forces. And then it starts to turn into this really believable point to by the time they meet, you know, Oz. You know, I mean, like I was fully invested. I'm laughing. You know, I'm kind of curious as to where it's going. Yeah, it just feels like they're trying to pull more meat off the bone than what's there at points too with this. Like I say it in this regard of the one the college feels shoehorned. I don't know what
do they do there?
Yes, like
what are in school?
Is there? I didn't pick up on the economy of Oz, and I don't know. Do they need engineers? Like,
right?
It
feels like again, to use like an allegory that applies to this movie. You take a look behind the curtain, it all kind of falls apart.
Right.
It's like, all right, we're not like dealing with like this grandiose thing where like the school is going to be like, because like you watch Harry Potter,
yes,
and like, okay, it's clear like why they're in school,
yes,
to like hone their magic, why, like what these classes are,
yes,
like how the structure of the school itself works.
There's a curriculum.
This is just like, oh, maybe go to class, do some magic, hang out in the library. Who fucking cares?
I'm like, Michelle Yeoh gets to teach one person. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Does she have tenure for like tutoring someone, basically?
She like put together the doctor. Like she's an OG somewhere, somehow, and they have to keep her on there for her to recognize if someone comes through. I have no idea. And then everyone
she's just on retainer.
Essentially. And I don't even know what they fucking pay her in. The only other person that's there is the goat, Dr. Amelon, or whatever his name is.
Let me see if I can find it.
And I think he was preaching about the animal injustices that like happened. So, you know, what's the school doing? Because then they capture him and kick him out.
Professor Nikitic, I think.
Is that the goat?
I think. Is it?
No, it was Peter Dinklage played the goat.
Oh yeah, I'm stupid.
It was
Dr. Dillamond.
Yeah. And he was they were in his class twice. One time they were doing a projection. Like there was a second time, and the first time like
like the history of like animals and like how they became sentient, right?
Yeah.
Or like have like some sort of like ability to communicate or whatever.
There's something there. I don't know.
Something.
Yeah.
It is funny how like this movie is like, it's sort of like a college movie, and it's so unconcerned with like what it is about.
Yeah, it's exactly like it's old school. You know, like you're at college, but it's not about college.
Right.
But at least there, I know that social studies is a thing. Mm-hmm. You know, math's a thing.
One thing about this movie that like I do enjoy the pacing of it. It flew by for me. Like,
this was
nearly 3 hour long film, Broadway musical. I went into it going like, God, this is gonna take so fucking long. And then when it was over, I was like, oh shit, like it's only got like 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
And it's about to wrap up. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, there was, I don't know, like I had a point that I was going to, but I can't fucking remember what it was.
It's okay. I can't remember words.
Yeah.
Surprised I've gotten this much out.
Sneezing out words like quarters from your nose.
Yeah. God, I'd love it. Yeah.
I will say, Jeff Goldblum as the wizard, it does feel like they just got Jeff Goldblum and were like, hey, you just want to be yourself.
Yeah.
Like, just be Jeff Goldblum.
3 days on set, Jeff. Just read the script.
3 days, like 1 day, maybe.
3 hours, Jeff, just read the script.
Yeah. I do. It is funny how he's just playing himself. Not that I'm like taking away points or giving the movie points. I'm just like pointing that out as a thing.
Well, it's like Rodney Dangerfield at times. Like he's in a movie You could say he's whoever. That's Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah.
You know, like he's like the character is himself, and that's
One kind of bigger issue with the story that I had.
Oh,
So you've got Michelle Yeoh, who is basically taken Elphaba under her wing, spent all this time with her, gets to know Elphaba as a person and like how sympathetic she is towards the animals and like how they're treated, and like this is like a social point for her, right? And then she gets the idea of, oh, we're gonna get in touch with the wizard, and we're gonna send you to the wizard and have you meet him because you're someone who has like these abilities of like not just magic but like also like caring about things,
yeah.
right?
She can read the El Gaib.
Yeah, the Lisan Al Gaib. That's another discussion.
Yeah.
But she can read this like tome or whatever, and like they send her to the wizard. She reads the tome, and then Michelle Yeoh and Jeff Goldblum are like, "Great, we're gonna enslave all the animals."
Yeah.
And then Elphaba's like, "Oh, what?" To me, it's like there's a lack of consistency with Michelle Yeoh's logic of like, I know this is a character that likes animals, so I'm gonna be surprised when she doesn't want to go along with like enslaving animals.
Yeah, I think
It's a little sweaty to me.
Yes, I agree. There's a he wanted to get captured element to it.
Yeah, right.
You know, like
We're 2 steps behind. He wanted to get caught.
yeah, like I know that she is all about saving the animals, but she's gonna read the tome and it's just gonna be like, whoa, and she's gonna do whatever we want. So it's cool. Yeah. You know, like,
She's all of a sudden gonna like change her mind.
Yeah, like this is
Fingers
gonna
crossed.
blow her mind. She's gonna have so much power, she just won't know what to do with it. Yeah, there could have been like a little bit more setup behind that. You know, I would have even gone as far as saying like have some dialogue where she's presenting it in the light that the animals are bad. Like make us as audience members question too why the animals are getting put away, right? Because that's another thing too. Like it's just happening, and I'm like, I don't know what these fucking talking animals are doing besides being like an allegory to, you know,
Right.
or a metaphor for, you know, like, aliens being in this country. You know, like outside of that, are they doing something bad?
Well, even then, it's like this only serves to make Michelle Yeoh's character seem more dumb, because we're supposed to believe that she's like kind of like wise, older,
Yeah.
like mentor figure.
Yeah.
And then she just like has Elphaba go along with it, and then like she's surprised that she doesn't want to do it. It's like, are you stupid?
It's that's the kid element to this of like this is more so for a younger audience, so
Sure.
they'll probably be just as shocked. I mean, you know, being an older audience member watching it, it's very head scratching. Like that just doesn't seem like a good political
Like,
move.
I get what the movie's trying to do. It's trying to evoke the sense of like, oh, we're betrayed by Michelle Yeoh's character.
Yeah.
Like she's one of the bad ones.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, do it in a way that feels less brain dead.
Right, that's what. But they, you know, dealing with a 12-year-old, they're like, whoa.
Sure,
Yeah.
right.
It's not a knock on. It's not a knock on us. I'm saying like for us, like watching it, it'd be watching something get set up with, you know, someone trying to hide something and being like, dude, I saw you do that.
Right.
Like, what do you think? You know, no, it's right there. I watched you go over. You saw me look at you.
It's like there's a cake right next to you, and your friend's like, "Hey, turn around, look at that," and
Yeah.
then you still look at them, and then they eat the cake, and you're like, "Dude, you just ate the cake," and he's like, "No, I didn't."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, for a younger person, they might go, "What?"
Right.
You know, so
How could he do this?
right.
I'm so shocked and sad.
I would say like when all of it was going down. I mean, like when they get there too, it's this feels very not healthy with what's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was kind of being set up, and you know, and yeah. Anyway, but it's it's for younger audiences, and it's not detrimental.
Yeah.
I don't think.
One more thing, and then we can wrap this up, because
Yes,
we've talked about 3 movies and we're almost 2 hours in.
Yeah, it's okay. We're good.
I do like the choreography. I like even some of the music in it, right? It's memorable, it's catchy, it's like upbeat or whatever, sticks in your head. The way that it's filmed, the lighting, the cinematography, it's very flat to me. Like, this is a movie where it's like I kind of feel like I'm watching a Marvel movie at points, where the cinematic fidelity of this is not the priority. The priority is like the music, the choreography, the like stage presence of it all.
Yes.
Whereas like everything else going on visually is just a little flat for me. Like that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I keep the. To me, the music is comparable to Emilia Pérez. Like nothing grabbed me. I think there was like the one song at the end that I really felt like that one actually inspired me.
Gravity, the song that they were advertising the whole time.
Yeah,
and is like the last 15 minutes of the film.
I don't know though. If I heard it on the radio, I'd go, "Oh, that's Gravity." Actually, until you said that, I don't know if I'd know the song title.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, like but it is poppy. It's catchy. But and that's why I want to bring back to Emilia Pérez too. That's the difference. You know, to me, I'm like both of them. I liked El Mal. Couldn't tell you the name of El Mal. I was like, as soon as I hear it, I'll know what part it is. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with this. Like, I don't know. There's two songs. The other one when they're like becoming friends, maybe.
The one where it's like, is that the one where she's like doing the slow dance and they're in like the underground kind of like hangout area?
No, it's maybe there's differences.
You're talking about the one that Ariana has where she's like, "Oh, we're gonna like fix you up. And
yeah.
I'm gonna do all these things for you to make you look more presentable."
I think I'd be able to name that one.
We're gonna make you popular. Yeah,
yeah, that's it. I don't know any. Like in my head, I cannot hear any of these songs. I kind of remember where they're at in the film and what was going on. Mm-hmm. Could not remember the tunes.
Yeah.
Jasmine's played them before, and like when I hear it on her Spotify going off, I'm like, oh yeah. But
this movie is a theater kid's wet dream. I will just throw that out there.
Oh god,
theater kids fucking love this movie.
Watching this shit with tears in their eyes. One
absolutely
day,
pumping their fists.
I'll be an extra on the set.
I mean, have they filmed part 2 yet? I don't know.
Oh, I just looked at this thing. It cost $150 million to make.
The sequel will release November this year.
Nice. So
they'd have to have filmed
They probably shot it all in one shot.
If I were to guess, probably. Shall we get into ratings?
Yes.
For Wicked. I guess I'm going first. Like I said, this is to me a solid musical that the musical elements sort of take a backseat compared to the character relationships that are being built specifically between Glinda and Elphaba. I think the performances are solid. I think that the music itself is catchy, if not a little bit memorable, a little bit forgettable, what have you. Some of the flatness of the way this movie looks kind of rubs me the wrong way, and also some character logistics just, to me, don't make any sense, especially towards the end with Michelle Yeoh. So this gets a 7 out of 10 from me.
Nice.
Very solid.
That's a solid score for this.
Liked the pacing of it. It fucking flew by.
For
Thank
a musical,
God.
that's a 10 out of 10.
Right. For a musical, it's like, oh, wow, I'm creaming my jeans here.
Yeah.
I'm flying high. Gravity. Anyway.
Yeah. However that song goes.
Your
powerful
rating.
though. It is powerful. It's poppy. It's catchy. Character performances. The characters are great in this thing. I should say the acting performances are great in this. Their scene logistics of the movie as a whole kind of don't make sense to me. A little bit of a knock. I don't mind that they have source material with it, so I can't really say step out of the realm and go against the grain, you know, like if you're remaking a Broadway play, you're going to do it the best you can. I thought they did a really good job with it. Costume design, production design, I didn't mind that they won the Academy Awards for it. Mm-hmm. And then Goldblum had some funny dialogue at the end, but outside of that, this is kind of like a nothing burger, you know. It's still very tasty, but it's not doing much for me. So
right.
I also want
it's like a cupcake.
Yes. Yeah, it's a tasty treat, but not empty calories. This was an 8 out of 10, but I did knock it down to a 7 out of 10. Just because, like we kind of talked about at the time, you're swept away with this. So I think had someone got a microphone in me, they would have got an 8 out of me. Mm-hmm. But after being able to reflect and with time going on, it's easy to see that, yeah, it's a nothing burger. It's very tasty. This is third, fourth, maybe rewatchable film on this thing.
Okay.
For me, at least, you know, where I could just probably plug this on and not have any issues whatsoever with what's being presented.
Pretty easy pill to swallow.
Yeah. Like this one, so it goes in the ratings, but 7 out of 10.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is it my turn to pick?
It is.
All right. I'm pulling the trigger. I'm going to Anora.
Oh, okay.
We're going to talk about Anora, the winner of the Best Picture nomination for all 10. So Anora came out on top. Anora won. And we're going to talk about it, finally.
Yes.
The long-awaited discussion. So, Anora, 2024 American drama film. Don't know if I'd exclusively call it that.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on with this movie.
Yeah.
Directed, produced, and edited by Sean Baker. Stars Mikey Madison as Anora, called Annie frequently in this movie, as a high-priced stripper in New York City who meets the son of a Russian oligarch named Ivan or Vanya, who has this like big old mansion, this like rich house that he's staying in New York. He's got all this money, all these like, you know, different like fucking these like crazy friends that he like hangs out with, throws parties constantly. And then throughout their interactions, Vanya asks Annie if she wants to be his girlfriend, and then eventually proposes to her. So then they get married in Vegas. And then the rest of the movie is the oligarch's goons trying to get this marriage annulled. Yep.
They so everyone knows the reason why they get married is so that way he has a green card status now and he can stay in the States so he doesn't have to go back and do business with his dad.
Yep. Good point. Thanks for pointing that out. Spoilers for Anora.
So you want to, I think that's the end of Act 1 is that happening because without that, there'd be no reason for them to kidnap him.
Right. Definitely. So yeah, this is a Sean Baker film. How many Sean Baker movies have you seen?
I think this is the first one, but
this is the first one.
I believe so, but this is I know so, but like Florida Project, Tangerine are both on the list, and then Red Rocket would be if I get to it.
So Florida Project, I think is, you know, spoilers on my thoughts on this. Florida Project to me is my second favorite, I would say.
Yeah.
That is a great movie. I love it. Like the performances in it are really like kind of grounded and realistic.
Mm-hmm.
And then Red Rocket is more kind of like this movie in that it's like way more comedic.
Yeah.
It's about like a ridiculous person like living in like a lower income area and like his influence on them and like how he negatively affects the people around him.
Fun.
And Sean Baker is someone who like his movies center around like either sex workers or like people who are considered like lower class or like trashy or like just like people who are like lumped into a group of like, oh, you know, like various levels of discrimination or like prejudices or like perceptions that people have of them or like whatever, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I love this movie.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. One of the funniest experiences I've had in the theater, because this movie, despite it being called a drama on Wikipedia, very much a comedy to me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this has so many moments in it where it's like, yeah, this is just, like, fucking funny. Like,
I don't know. I wouldn't say there. I think just by having to have, like, a general classification, this to me is almost like comedy thriller as opposed to being drama.
Yeah, like, yeah, comedy adventure, I guess. Because they do go on an adventure of sorts.
I like in my head, like if anyone asked, I'd said if Uncut Gems had a baby with Cinderella.
I've been saying for a long time since I've seen this movie, this would be a great double feature with Uncut Gems.
Oh, 1,000%. This is so frenetic, the anxiety driven. It doesn't have nearly the stakes that Uncut Gems has. Mm-hmm. But it still has like that kind of cat and mouse feel to it.
Like running around New York City, like the lights, the way it's filmed, like how close everything is.
Yeah.
Like it feels kind of like tight and suffocating at points, but it's also funny
personal.
in others.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, the dialogue in this thing's great. And some of the humor in it is
so
very,
good.
like, very realistic humor. Not necessarily drawn for a laugh, but more like organically, like this is just a funny situation.
Yeah, it feels very lived in that way.
Yeah.
Like one of my favorite parts of this movie is just like, I feel like I could meet these people in like this situation and it could like happen like this. Obviously, it's a little bit heightened for the sake of the narrative, but it's impressive to me how like this movie feels like, yeah, they just like fucking filmed a situation happening, right?
Yeah. And yes, 1,000%. And I didn't know that's what the film was going to be.
Me neither. I thought it was going to be more so like about their relationship and not necessarily like the hijinks that ensue when the goons come in.
I thought, like a more melodramatic look at like this person with that meets her Russian prince, and like we're gonna go to battle with the parents. We're gonna go to Russia at some point. We're gonna show them how much we're truly in love. No, not the case at all.
No,
and but they do it in a very grounded way.
They do, and it's funny to me how like the first act of this movie is just like table setting, right? For like the meat and potatoes of the thing. Like, we're going to get you to know who Anora is. We're going to show you what she does, how she meets this guy, like their relationship. But it's all going to be in service of like the greater thing that's going to come later, which is like,
oh yeah,
this ragtag group going around New York trying to find this guy, and like this very specific situation that is set up to be primarily a comedic endeavor.
Yeah.
Like, just the ridiculousness of it all, like how over the top they all are with like how they're yelling at each other, and like how his car's getting towed, and like he's yelling at people in restaurants. It's like, have you seen this guy? Your generation's so disrespectful. Yeah. Like, to me, it's like, okay, this is what the movie's getting at. Yeah. Like, as much as Sean Baker wants to say like, oh, this movie is like a dedication to like sex workers and everything, which it totally probably is from his perspective. It's like, to me, this movie is just like, it's a comedy.
They don't
it's a
do
fun film.
Anything to promote that line of work. And I'm not saying there's anything.
I don't think they promote it, but they do touch on it. Like, they do like kind of like, they show you a slice of that life, which is like, oh, maybe I haven't like seen this before, portrayed this way.
Just so I have no indifference whatsoever. I mean, I'm close to like libertarian as you can get when it comes to like people with their occupations. So like, to me, I'm watching this, I have no like, oh, that's a stripper, so, but watching it from that lens too, there's nothing that goes out of his way to make sure that this career choice is done any better, or that the people in this line of work, or there's any disrespect that they're receiving. Like, I don't. It feels like Emilia Pérez. Like, it's used as a catalyst, right, to get this story going, and she just happens to be in that line of work. Like, there's no point that he stands up and makes a political stance on this line of work.
If anything, it's more just like, oh, we're showing you Annie as a character.
Yeah, and this is what she does, and it's not grimy. There's nothing wrong with this. Of the manager's respect, I thought that guy, her manager, would be a piece of shit. Hey, you just had last Tuesday off. Okay, Annie. Hey, you take next Tuesday off too. It's okay. Like,
yeah, there's like a realistic dynamic there.
Yes, it wasn't portrayed in this like light of like these like we're barely getting by, and like this guy takes all of our money and we're really downtrodden. Like, it's just he's just at work.
Yeah, right, exactly, and that's what it feels like. And I think the ultimate goal of that is like what Sean Baker achieves is like, we're just watching Annie at a job. Like, we're watching her like perform this task like every single night, basically working like a third shift gig where like she doesn't have like time to like live a life outside of it. And I think that's why like most of what we see from her is like within this space.
Yeah, I'm not here. I guess I should say it like this. I'm not knocking it. If she was a factory worker, I'd have the same viewpoint on it. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, whatever her occupation is,
instead of having sex with Yvonne, she comes over and like
meets him at
install some drywall.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, and
I want you to be my permanent contractor.
He literally exchanging goods. Yeah, but I guess my point is, like, you place her in that setting with how he presented with it being at the strip joint, it wouldn't be any different. It wouldn't be like, I'm promoting third shift factory workers now, right? Like, that's all I'm saying. That it doesn't feel like, but yes, it is done in a elegant way of, this is her job. You feel like you're at her job. And it doesn't feel, it kind of feels gross a little bit just because of what's going on, but nothing that's like outlandish or making you feel like really uncomfortable.
I think the biggest thing with this movie is it is taking the act of intimacy, the act of sex.
Yeah.
And it's making it into this sort of like transactional thing throughout the film, not just with like her job, but also like her relationship with Yvonne, how like he uses her for sex and like partying and all this stuff. And she's using him to like live this lifestyle that, she's always wanted to live, like this kind of like upper class, like sort of thing.
I mean, shit, anyone's dream.
Having like financial freedom.
Yes.
And when he asked her to marry him, it's very clear. It's like, yeah, he's looking to get a green card. Their relationship is transactional in that way. Obviously, like, they're celebrating and like there is like some human connection there, but it is ultimately about like the status of living, like the situation that they want to be in. Whether his situation is like, oh, I'm using this to become a citizen or like get a green card or whatever. And like with her, it's being like the financial freedom to like not have to work as a stripper
both
anymore.
looking for freedom.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's looking for freedom from his family and being able to live this lifestyle. She's looking for financial freedom to be able to live a life that she wants. And they're both kind of using each other in that sense. And the relationship itself, and I felt kind of duped because I was like, oh, maybe they are falling in love. But like when you kind of once the movie gets going towards the end and it hits the end, you realize that, yeah, it's all transactional. I mean, everything is done with a a variable attached to it or an outcome attached to it. It's not unconditional.
Right. And that's what she's fighting for the whole movie, is like, I'm fighting for this life that I want to have, not necessarily to be your wife.
Holding onto it with everything she possibly can.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's a desperation there that I think her performance like really shines through in that aspect. And I think Mikey Madison does like an excellent job of portraying someone who is just like clawing for this type of life and like trying to like do her best to like get out of the shit situation that she was in before. It's
a very believable if you take her out and inserted like someone in real life and just happen to have like a camcorder on you, would be I feel like the exact steps taken. It's like probably the stages of grief. There's anger, denial, forgiveness, acceptance, and she is just going throughout that the entire time. By the end of it, at one point, she's just like, fine, if you're taking it, like, I'm suing, and everyone's like, the mom's like, you're an idiot, and that's like, but anyone would do that. Because even in my head, like, I'm watching this thing unfold. I'm like, oh, maybe she could sue her. And it's
right. There's like a bit of you where it's like, oh, maybe she could pull it off. Right.
Yeah. Like she's some financial compensation. Right. Like they're like 10 grand. She just got paid 30 grand to hang out with him for a weekend. Like 10 grand shit. Right. To them. Now to her, it probably would make a difference in her life. But you get that sense that she is doing everything fucking possible because she found her prince, and I mean, she won the lotto. Like, it's literally what it is.
Yeah. And there's people who are congratulating her at her workplace that are treating it like she won the like Mega Millions or whatever. Where it's like, oh, congratulate, we're so happy for you, like blah blah blah.
Yeah, we know that now you're getting away from this life and you're gonna be set, and they don't even care if they're in love or not.
Right. And I don't think they care. Like the two of them care if they're in love or not. Like I think the benefits for their situation, like externally, outweigh whatever like internal feelings they might actually have for each other.
They're both a means to an end for each other.
Yeah.
Right. And that's where you kind of feel like they're using each other. And both of them. Now, when we say it, if this was a Venn diagram, one would, is seeking just, I want to live my lifestyle. I don't want to go and have to do work. I just want to be an idiot. And then the other is I get to live in this luxurious mansion. We have all this money, but the Venn diagram in between is I feel like they both are having fun with each other.
Yeah.
I would be curious. There was a point in this film where I was like, I really want to see a parallel universe or multiverse of this where they make it to like their 40s together. Like, what's that look like?
With the same exact setup and like emotions going into it.
Well, they're both in their 20s. You have 20 years with this person that you married, that you did it after a week just because one has money and the other doesn't want to go back home. Like, how far do they really get? Like, is it they both just like look old as shit, hate each other?
This movie does a good job of like showing you like, yeah, there's not really any sort of like emotional bond that these two have.
There's a romanticism.
There's a romanticism, but I think that is still more so in service of like the lifestyle. Because like the only moments you see them together where they're not like having like a crazy party or like having sex is like he's on the couch playing video games and she's like cuddling with him, which is like not terrible. But it's also just like, yeah, we're just kind of like living now.
Well,
we're not going out to fucking like dinner, like a romantic dinner together.
I will say it reminded me at the early stages of a relationship when you're like, you want to be on the phone all the time, you want to see them, you want to do all this and that. Like there's a honeymoon aspect to it, right? Where we're just together and everything that we do. And that's why I say with the romanticism about it is like, you can kind of see them leading to this point. There's nothing to say that they were in love should get married, and when you like look back on the film, like I got done with this thing. I started thinking about the relationship. I was like, oh yeah, like they really, that was it.
I don't think they say I love you like once to each other, right?
He's been paying her to fuck and she's been getting $30,000.
Right. But even in certain movies that can like portray this sort of thing, they'll have characters say that as like an empty platitude of like, oh, I love you, don't leave or whatever. But that doesn't happen in this movie, which I commend. I like that as a choice.
Well, it's very realistic. Everything that was happening, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing that says a relationship lasts. Like, to me, this is like a college relationship that goes for 2 or 3 months, and then it's on to the next.
Yeah.
But I did like that there was some, and I'm going to keep using it, just romanticism around what was going on, where it is believable that they are going towards something. Like they have a path together with what they both want, right? And now each other servicing each other in the sense of providing without necessarily having that unconditional aspect. But that doesn't happen right away, I don't think. I mean, in any relationship, like there's a lot of things that go into building a relationship, which they just never were going to do. And like young kids, they fell in love or fell in love with the idea of being able to be free with all this money and do whatever they wanted to do. So it's not even like with each other. It meant them being together is what they both provided.
Yeah. I like that when Igor comes in, and we're going to talk about all the henchmen. Igor's the one who obviously stands out because he's the one that makes it towards the end of like, oh yeah, he has like the most like significant interaction with Annie throughout the film. Chivalry, and like there is that juxtaposition of like he is someone who has sentimentality, who has like genuine emotion behind him, despite the fact that like at first we see him, he's portrayed as like this like mindless henchman or whatever that comes in, doesn't say too much, but then like. Throughout the movie, you slowly learn that, like, oh, yeah, this is someone who, like, does kind of just, like, do stuff out of the kindness of his heart, not necessarily because there's an ulterior motive, right?
Yeah.
Like, I enjoy the fact that, like, up until the end, we see him as someone who, like, he saves the ring. He, like, takes her bags to the front. He's, like, giving her, like, a drink or whatever. Like, making sure that, like, he is putting, like, her needs before his, I guess, weirdly. It's like such a backwards way of doing it.
He's respectful.
He's respectful. That's a good way of putting it. He's respectful with like no ulterior motive, like no expectation for something in return, which Annie is not used to seeing.
Exactly. Everything that she does is transactional, and everything that, and not necessarily he does, but at least in this moment, he is doing with treating her with dignity and respect.
Which is crazy because they were like tying her up and like trying to restrain her.
You might call me crazy. I called the ending of this thing, and I just said if the Vanya thing doesn't work out, she ends up with Igor, and it was literally. He is they start out with her throwing shit at him, which was really funny, like all the stuff that's happening with the kidnapping. But when he had to like tie her up, he was being so gentle, so caring, and I am doing this out of help for you. And I was like, oh, he's not going to be a bad guy. I didn't know if he'd ever flip, because there's some guys where you watch it where they're doing it simply because she's a bounty, and if anything were to happen, the bounty's gone. But even when she was throwing stuff and trying to get out, he wasn't very physical with her. He wasn't like running after her. He's literally setting a boundary and was trying to keep her away from everything, doing it the best he could. And I remember like I'm watching, and that's what to me what was crazy that he got nominated. I was like, I didn't feel like he had a whole lot of speaking lines. He had some in the house, and then some of them in the car. And then outside of that, I mean, like when they're smoking weed together. But he projected those caring components, and that seeing her as a person, as opposed to an object.
Right.
You know, and he presented that. I feel like throughout the film, there's a lot of stuff that he did. Like when they're eating dinner and she calls him a gopnik and she goes, "You're eating that cheeseburger, that's disgusting, you're fucking fat." Like whatever she, just going off at the mouth. And he's like, "Yeah, maybe, but it tastes good and I don't get to eat out that much."
Right.
And then he just takes this huge ass bite.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, that's a point where he could go easily into, "You're talking to me? Look at you, you fucking wench." Like, are you kidding me? Like, you thought you're in love with, like, at any point, he could have just went off, and he really presented a caring demeanor about him,
Let's talk about the other henchmen.
Toros and
Garnick. They're the Armenian henchmen.
I like Toros a lot.
Toros was fun. I liked Garnick quite a bit. Like, I think his presentation is like he's physically the biggest one. So like you're thinking to yourself like, okay, he's meant to be like the most intimidating, I guess.
The enforcer, the bruiser.
Right. He's like the biggest baby out of all of them.
Oh, God.
And he goes through like the most physical pain because he falls over, hits his head, and then he gets kicked in the face by Annie.
He gets sick.
And like, so the whole time he's just like in this pain, he's like throwing up or whatever.
Yeah.
Him like whining throughout the movie, but like also making these like sideways comments is hilarious.
Yeah. It's
so fucking fun. And like his interaction with Toros, like their back and forth, super, like their chemistry was off the charts.
All of them. That core group,
that core group is so fun.
At one point,
I would have spent like 3 hours hanging out with them.
I was like, I wish this goes on for like another day, because I was like, these idiots trying to do this shit with Toros. I mean, he might be persecuted for fucking this up.
Right.
Like, he is running around like his life's on the line, like literal life. And
my wife has to drive this car in the morning.
Dude, he's at a baptism at it's got to be a Catholic church, right? Or I don't know,
some sort of religious ceremony.
And he is doing this thing, and he gets a phone call. He's like, "I gotta go." Like,
everyone's like, "What the fuck? Where are you?
There's 200 people in here. It's probably some local councilman or politician." And he's like, "Sorry if I do this and mess this up. I'm gone. Like, see you later. I know that we got the baptism going on. You can wrap it up. Yeah, they were really fun. Gartnick was fun. I guess I will probably rewatch this again at some point and look at him because I didn't really connect with his character and what was going on. There's certain aloofness with him, but the way that you talked about him just now is like, all right. It's the same thing that happened with like Hemsworth and fucking Furiosa. Mm-hmm. Like, just totally missed it what the character was meant to be. But like when you paint it in that light, it really, like he'd be a lot funnier.
Right.
One
of my favorite scenes is when they're all in the restaurant, and Toros goes to like a booth of young men.
Yeah.
And he's like, what is wrong with your generation? Yeah. All right, you're on the TikTok, Instagram. You're all taking pictures of each other, sending each other naked.
He's so pissed off.
He's no respect, man. No respect.
He's kind of talking because that's what Vanya and Annie. That's what's going on with them too. Like it's it's just a disconnect with. You guys think this is what it is?
Right.
You have all this money and freedom. You can do whatever you want. You think this is love? Like, and just taking it out on that group. They're like, hey, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Great movie. I love it. Was there anything else we want to talk about with Anora? Like anything we need to touch on before we move on?
No, this is one that goes down. I would say smooth. If you're up for a little bit of a thrill ride and kind of like a thrill ride. I mean, it's very low stakes with what's going on, but it is fun.
Yeah.
It's
watch it with your parents.
Yeah, if you want to know what love is.
It's a Cinderella story.
Yeah, it's it's good. It's good, and I enjoy. This to me was the ending of this one was probably 1 or 2.
Okay.
Actually, it's pretty high up there. I guess
I love the ending to this movie.
I did. I mean, everything kind of like when it ended clicked for me on, oh shit. Like everything that we just saw. And Igor was the only character that was really solid on my understanding of who he was and what he represented. Mm-hmm. But like once you got to then and see kind of how Annie feels about all of this, it's fantastic. It goes down smooth. So no, I don't have much more to say. This is like a check it out movie.
Cool. Let's get into ratings then. You go first, I think.
Yes. I have this great. Anytime that you can bring up Uncut Gems and reference to it to another movie, I think is a really high compliment. This takes place in like a week, I want to say. It's very concise. The film editing is outstanding. I loved a lot of the dance scenes and the strip club. The lighting in this is just incredible. Like the technical aspect of this movie too is really good. Like some of these movies that are really well written don't necessarily have the technical backup to support it. Very polished and clean. This one is kind of dirty. It's kind of seedier. There are times where you get into like these. Looks like it's shot on like 30 millimeter or whatever. Or it gets really grainy. It feels like you know. So, and it really complements once again the story that we're actually watching unfold with these really rich characters and this like really unbelievable setup. I mean, people have money, and I could easily see this thing happening somewhere.
Right?
I'm sure, and it might have happened already. So I have this as a 9 out of 10.
Cool. This is my favorite Sean Baker. Having seen a few of his films now, it's clear that he has a style that he's honed in on. He's got a tone that he wants to touch on with all of his films. This sort of like lived-in realism that is throughout each of his movies in varying degrees. Obviously, I think Florida Project is going for a more realistic portrayal of a situation, whereas this definitely kind of sacrifices it a little bit for narrative purposes. But I think it does it in a way that's like, yeah, this is entertaining. This is funny. This does have like some genuine emotion behind it. I think you have to dig a little bit for it, but I think the reward is worth going through this whole endeavor. I think that the performances are great. Mikey Madison winning Best Actress. Would have liked to see Demi get it, but I don't think it's undeserved for Mikey Madison.
Yeah, I agree.
So this is a 9 out of 10 for me as well.
Nice. That's high praise.
Very high praise. Can't wait to get into rankings for this.
It'll be interesting.
Your turn to pick the next movie.
All right. I feel like I got to pick all the bad ones and ones we've talked about.
We have kind of delayed the previously discussed movies.
Yeah, I know. God damn it. There's one I don't want you to step on it. Well, if you step on it, I'm stepping on yours. You didn't even know. Well, you might have two. Ah, shit.
Just pick whatever is calling out to you, bro.
All right, let's do a complete unknown.
All right. Complete unknown.
Complete unknown. The true story of Bob Dylan.
Man, complete unknown. Tim Cham did a good job.
God to create the world in 7 days. What am I supposed to do with the extra 51, man?
Man, Tim Cham had a good yellow suit at the Oscars.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
He looked like a lemon drop.
Yeah, that's why he didn't win it. There, you showed up in this.
Right, that's why he didn't win.
But you look like a fucking.
He looks like a banana.
Who's the guy? Who's the adventurer in the Curious George?
I think. Yeah. What is his name?
Yeah,
Banana. I think it's just called Banana Man.
It's not Banana Man.
Is it? I'm looking up Curious.
That's what Curious George called his captor.
His owner.
Yeah.
His daddy. Curious George. Ted/the Man.
The Man. Jesus Christ. What did Curious George talk about?
Yeah. Apparently he wasn't curious enough to know his name.
Yeah. The Man. All right. A Complete Unknown. A 2024 film. Directed by James Mangold, written by James Mangold, based on the book Dylan Goes Electric that I will be reading at some point.
Nice.
Starring Tim Cham, Timothy Chalamet as Bob Dylan, Edward Norton as Pete Seeger, Elle Fanning as Sylvia Russo, Monica Barbaro, who I wanted to see win Best Supporting, as Joan Baez. Where's my boy at? Scoop McNairy as Woody Guthrie. And then I think that might be it.
Boyd Holbrook.
Oh, Boyd Holbrook. Yeah, we touched on it with Beyond the Candelabra, playing Johnny Cash. And this is a movie about kind of the origin, a little bit of the origin of Dylan as he's kind of coming up. He meets Pete Seeger and Woody Guthrie in a hospital. He just seeks him out to tell him how much, at least Woody, how much he appreciated what Woody had done for folk music and kind of pushing the boundaries, I guess. I don't really know what the whole thing was with his respect with it, but he really appreciated it. Pete Seeger takes him under his wing, and we kind of just get to see Dylan become Bob Dylan. And the culminating event, with Dylan Goes Electric, is that you have this clash of where music was, I guess you could say, a traditional viewpoint on music and what it represents versus a progressive viewpoint on music and maybe where it's going, right? And it seems very low stakes with, like, who the fuck cares? But with what the folk community and what they wanted Dylan to represent, he was supposed to be the Lisan al Gaib. Oh shit, that's not it. The Messiah. With
Kwisatz Haderach. No,
yeah,
that's not it.
Shit.
Damn it.
What movie did we talk about? Yeah, he was supposed to be the Messiah for folk music, and we kind of get to this point where it's boiling over to where Dylan wants to do what he wants to do. So, a complete unknown. Let's discuss.
Bob Dylan had to learn how to play the Shai Hulud. I mean, the guitar. Shit.
Yeah, fuck.
Damn it.
When's he ride the worm in this one?
Yeah. Hey, where's Zendaya? I don't see her in this film at all, man.
She's supposed to be Joan Baez.
Right. Is that her?
Yeah.
Is she Woody Guthrie? No, so when we talked about this movie, and we've discussed this at length, this is not going to be a long discussion.
No.
I remember I was struggling, I think, just kind of formulating specific thoughts I had about it. Yes. Because this is not a movie that I really connected with. I recognize decent qualities about it. I recognize the good performance. I recognize the sort of, maybe not nostalgia of it, but like the authenticity that it feels like it has with portraying Bob Dylan and like those performances or whatever. To me, this is a movie where I think it's just simple in that, like, I really didn't connect with it all too much.
Yeah.
I think the standard way that it was made as like a straightforward biopic, I think for some people it works really well. I know that you enjoy this movie. For me, it just, I don't know, it feels a little too plain for my liking. The way it's filmed, the way it's put together, the kind of like straightforward structure of it all. Mm-hmm. To me, it's just, none of this movie is really going to like stick with me in a way that I think it does a lot of other people, which is cool. It's great that there's an audience for this. I know a lot of people who like, this movie gets a lot of praise. I think that for me, it's just like, I not my cup of tea when it comes to music biopics. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not even saying that it's like
you're doing a lot of defending
mediocre.
Here. Yeah.
To me, it's just a movie that's like,
hey,
not for me.
Argo,
really.
Crash.
Argo is a good comparison.
Whatever, like September 5th. Yeah, there are. We talked about. I think were we discussing it before? Or we talked about it on here where. Is it the events, of what happens, the central focus, or is it the characters and dealing with the events, right? Mm-hmm. And how do you flesh one of the two out without sacrificing one or the other? And right. This film is very tin canny. I think I resonated quite a bit with it, with the vibe. I want to say this is a contemporary piece, dealing with kind of the times. I mean, it looks fantastic, and I think. It's for Gen Xers, maybe a little whatever generations before it. This hits high regards for them. I don't know if who's kind of come out of the time now. Maybe John Mayer, if we ever got that.
A John Mayer song.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like
the movie's called Your Body is a Wonderland.
Yeah. Just him and Annie. No, I mean, I don't know if there's any musical presence that has done anything recently. Like one of NWA, Straight Outta Compton, would have been one had they not filmed it as a straight commercial piece of property.
Right.
Like there hasn't been a whole lot of political overtones or what's going on with the times being stated with the music. Like we've lost a lot of that kind of maybe political advocacy, people speaking out about what we're seeing,
right? Like the sort of response to big things happening. It feels like it's lost in the noise of social media.
Like, back in the 70s when Vietnam was going on, a lot of songs were, not praising. It was speaking out against Vietnam, and it's hitting the radio waves, and it's a lot of people that are taking their cause, right? And they're speaking out against something that they feel is like an injustice.
One thing I think you can really identify with this movie is like the causes that people can get behind and rally, and sort of like the movement of the time, compared to now where it's like, everything gets lost in like Facebook feeds and like Reddit stories or whatever, where we as a people have just kind of become like sort of complacent about issues happening.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, you know, the form that we take on now compared to then is like, I get into arguments with like family members on Facebook about like politics and gay rights or whatever.
Yeah.
But like before, there was an action that had to be taken when you took a stance on something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like there was effort put into it.
Yeah.
And now I feel like a lot of those things are just effortless. And because of that, impact is just sort of lost.
Well, I mean, I'd say displaced, and it's just it's so much. It's all over the place. It's so much more diluted now because you have all of this like dogma that gets presented to you from different medias, you know. And I guess what I'm saying is like we probably won't see a movie like this ever again. Not necessarily from like the 60s, but like when we're in our 50s, I don't know if they're going to have anything out about name a famous musician now.
Right, like Chapel Rowan or whatever.
Yeah, like everything's turned into like either you're watching it happen or they just did poppy stuff that made money, you know, and it never felt like Dylan was concerned with it. So I really liked being able to see that sort of idea. Life get played out. You get to learn a little bit about like Dylan.
The reflection of the time. And the figure that was in the midst of it all.
Yes. And, you know, also what folk represent. I mean, folk is essentially like a dead piece of music. Like it's definitely not mainstream. And to learn that it had a very significant grasp on American culture, you know, in the 60s. And now all of a sudden, like, you don't hear anyone playing it.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of stuff like that. It always baffles me just to see times when times change or significant figures.
Well, the times they are a changing.
I love that song in there.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
If anything, this movie does kind of succeed in making me more curious about Bob Dylan's music.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Timothée Chalamet does perform every song. Like,
yes.
Obviously, like, I'm sure they probably tuned it a little bit or like made it a little bit more like specific to how it should sound at the time. He does a good job of like putting the performance, like the stage presence, the vocalization, just like the instrumentation, very believable.
Yeah.
And it does make me curious of like, I wonder what would happen if I just threw on like Bob Dylan's tracks one day. You know?
I did that.
Just kind of vibe out. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good. He's got good stuff.
Oh, I don't doubt it. They made a whole movie about him.
Yeah, like, I can't remember when I was making us dinner one night, me and Willow, while we were waiting for Jasmine, and I was like, I'm just gonna put on whatever CDs, like whatever pops up on Spotify. Grab one of these CDs, you know, and it's good. I mean, it's really it's good stuff, and Chalamet's performance really echoes like kind of what at least the sound of what Dylan was providing, right? But yeah, outside of that, I mean, it's not like there's a shit ton going on. The stakes are incredibly low, and really, there are no stakes at all if you don't give a shit about the transition.
Right.
Right. And so, like, with having very low stakes, by the time you get to the culmination point of, hey, like, can you believe this is happening? And you're like, yeah, I can. I don't care. It really doesn't serve much else, right? Unless you get behind the vibe of Dylan and kind of some of the other themes going on throughout what he represented.
Right. That's a big thing for me is I couldn't help but feel restless while watching it. Shall we get into ratings? I don't think we need to touch on too much.
We got go back a couple episodes if you guys want to listen to us talk about A Complete Unknown. It's paired up with Behind the Candelabra.
Yes.
Yeah. Which you should probably see.
Yeah.
And not check out A Complete. I like both. But Behind the Candelabra, I'd probably say watch first.
Yeah, that gives priority in my opinion. So I'm going first.
Yep.
I gave this a 6 out of 10 in the initial discussion. I'm still sticking with that rating.
Nice.
To me, like I said, not a bad movie. Just the connection for me wasn't there. It felt a little bit meandering at points, but I guess that's sort of the purpose of the film. Is like we're kind of just living in this situation. We're not learning a ton about Bob Dylan because there's not a whole lot to learn that we don't already know. It's like, yeah, this guy's an enigma a bit. Like, he just kind of pops up. And if you like that, great. if you're not someone who's like completely attached to that sort of idea like me, it's a little bit harder of a pill to swallow. But I acknowledge this film does have some good stuff behind it.
Yeah. The foundation of the character feels a little bit more like water than it does like concrete.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, I enjoyed this thing. I really like the look of this. I get behind. I really like when people take a stance on something, or at least when you think back to like this guy. Everyone in America was hearing him sing about how the government was doing these people wrong. Like it always fascinates me because just especially with where we're at now, and it's twerking or my girl left me, whatever it is. Like
Yeah.
like that's it. Everything it's just rinse, wash, repeat now with music that these people taking political stances back then, I think will become more fascinating in probably 20 years because it will be something like, could you believe that this even happened? And so like stuff like that. I mean, it grabs me, and I really liked the mysteriousness of Dylan, and I thought he had a great vibe with the whole thing. I really liked that he was very self-assured throughout it. The music sounds great, but after watching September 5th, and I'm going to keep referencing it because I had the realization the other day, this is a little bit of a tin can kind of paint by numbers movie. There isn't too much that's really explored or created outside of this besides the music and Timothée Chalamet doing his own stuff. So I had this at a 9 out of 10. It went down to an 8.
Okay.
I still like it. I could probably easily throw this one back on. Rewatchability, this might be 2 or 3,
Nice.
But yeah. Cool. And it's an 8 out of 10.
Solid. Well, we might as well keep on the Tim Cham train.
Oh,
because
all right.
I'm thinking of hitting the with Dune Part 2.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we just barrel through the ones we've talked about. Ironic that they're both the Tim Cham movies that we've discussed before previously.
Well, they were. I mean,
notable and popular and getting some buzz.
The Dune Part 2 we saw out of necessity. I'll say that. Complete Unknown, I don't think
we would have been remiss to not talk about Dune Part 2.
I don't think at the time we did it, knew Complete Unknown was going to be an Oscar pick.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because we stayed away from doing that as soon as they came out. We were like, let's not see these or talk about them.
Right. We could have easily talked about like Nickel Boys or something, but yeah, we saved it for this episode.
Yes.
So Dune Part 2, directed by my boy Denis Villeneuve, screenplay by Denis Villeneuve and John Safes. I believe that's how you pronounce it. It's 2024 epic space opera. It's the follow-up to 2021's Dune, also directed by Villeneuve.
Nice.
Stars Timothée Chalamet as Paul Atreides, takes on many names: Delizan Al Gaib, Muad'Dib, the Kwisatz Haderach, however you want to call him. He is basically continuing his journey as living amongst the Fremen after the fall of House Atreides, when the Harkonnens and the Sardaukar attack their home on Arrakis after they've been given the stewardship of Arrakis to oversee spice production for the Spacing Guild. If you're confused already, I'm sorry. Not my fault. That's just how fucking Frank Herbert wrote the damn thing.
Sci-fi opera, bitches.
Yep. Paul Atreides and his mother, Lady Jessica, are living amongst the Fremen, and Paul is learning how to, live among their ways, kind of integrate himself into their good graces, in the hopes that they will help him fight back against the Harkonnens. Lady Jessica is becoming the next Reverend Mother, and sort of becomes like a fanatical figure in the whole arc of this movie. You've got many returning characters: Dave Bautista as Rabban, fucking Skarsgård, Stellan Skarsgård as Baron Harkonnen. They pronounce it Harkonnen in this movie. Other movies pronounce it Harkonnen. I think the Lynch one does, but I don't know. They do it differently in this one. Austin Butler plays Fade Routha, who is a notable addition to this cast as, a bloodthirsty nephew of the Baron. And, it's just a conflict of, House Harkonnen hunting down the Fremen, not knowing that Paul has sort of become a messianic figure amongst this group of people. So spoilers for Dune Part 2. We've talked about this movie before, and it still remains solidly one of my favorite movies of last year.
Yeah.
I think that Denis Villeneuve is amazing. He's my favorite director. I pretty much have loved or really liked all of his movies that I've seen to like some degree. And I'm excited to see what he does, obviously, with the next film that he's coming out with. Everybody thought that he was going to do Rendezvous with Rama, which is an Arthur C. Clarke sci-fi novel that he's been wanting to adapt for a long time. And everyone thought that he was going to kind of take a break between the Dune movies, but now it's looking like Dune Messiah is going to be his next project.
Has to be.
Yeah. I think the financial success of this movie had a lot to say about that, but also I'd be curious as to whether or not Denis wants to do Messiah next as a way of like getting it out of the way. And I'm hoping that version of it, he still puts enough like love and care and detail and attention into his next film as he did with this one. And he doesn't pull like a, Benioff and Wise Game of Thrones situation where like they rush the ending of it and it turns to shit.
Yeah.
But I'm in dark territory.
I don't think they will. I think if Dune Messiah comes out, it's probably going to be 3 hours.
I am in dark territory after this because I've read the first Dune book, so I knew a little bit what to expect with these two films. But Dune Messiah I have not touched. I don't really know a ton about what happens in that. I just know it's supposed to be the conclusion of the Atreides arc. So we'll see how that plays out. We'll see the response to it. We'll see whether or not, more importantly, Villeneuve can stick the landing. And if he does, I think there's an argument to be made that he should be considered like one of the best directors ever. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I've been rambling on.
Well, that's all right.
I didn't know if there was anything you had to offer that you wanted to chime in with.
No, we could go into ratings.
Oh, yeah.
No, this is a good film. I mean, I don't know. This is a space epic. It's a sci-fi opera.
And we do go quite in depth with our episode that we covered this movie. So if you want to, want to really like dive into our thoughts on it, check that episode out.
Whatever happened to guy number 2 from guy number 1 was wrong. But I'd like to present my next case for a gentleman stepping in, what I like to call guy number 3.
Oh, okay.
That's how I feel like when you're talking about names. Like, unless I just freshly watched this thing, I know the Harkonnens are Harkonnens. And the treaties, but like there's a lot. I mean, this thing is like
right. We didn't even touch on like Florence Pugh as Princess Irulan and like fucking the Bene Gesserit. Christopher Walken as the Emperor.
Yeah, I was about to say there's a lot of shit. This thing is like a filled up. Like this is bursting at the seams 246.
Oh, it's packed. It's jam packed with shit.
Yeah. So. No, it's a good film. Like I said, I mean, we talked a little bit about this before. This was going to be like one that I have not seen in a while, and the names I can remember most of the film, but like there's so much political happenings going on in this thing, and that really, I mean, they all are affecting one another, but it is it's fascinating to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that if anything, like. Even if it's something where you're lost on the plot or like the characters or like, because this is a dense, high concept sci-fi story.
Oh God, you have to watch part 1 and part 2. There's no way.
Yeah.
Like I feel like The Godfather, you could just hop into part 2 and kind of like, okay, I know what's going on.
The reason I like Godfather part 2 quite a bit is it works as its own story for the most part. Right. Whereas this one, like, it heavily relies on the outer layers.
Like part 1's almost like a 75%, and it does have its own story, but exposition film for part 2. Right. And
it's laying the foundation for this.
Yes, and I don't think you'd be able to walk into this unless you've read the book or just don't care about what happened in part 1.
Right, you're like, fuck it. I want to see big old worms.
Yeah, it's a sci-fi fucking movie. Let's see this thing pop.
I want to see spaceships explode.
Yeah, then you'd be all right. Outside of that, if you do care, you might be a little lost.
Right. Given all the density of it, there is like a technical appreciation that you can just have with it. Kind of like what we were saying about like, I'm going to go in, I'm going to watch great visuals, great sci-fi concepts like put to screen. and I'm gonna have fun with it.
Well, and the Academy recognized that. I think this one, both sound and visual.
Yes.
So, obviously, you're going to be taken care of throughout this film, too. Nothing's going to feel whatever you want to say about this thing.
Too, polarizing. I will say one last thing before we wrap up. Villeneuve not getting a director nom, to me, is criminal. It's a huge snub, in my opinion.
Yeah, they might be looking back on what they did with the Lord of the Rings stuff.
They'll give it all to Messiah.
They're like, well, I really fucked that one up. I know we're supposed to appreciate what he did, but
yeah,
no one really remembers Return of the King.
They got a chance to make it up. We'll see what happens with Messiah if he sticks the landing.
14.
Wins every category.
Yeah.
How did it win documentary short? That doesn't make sense. So let's go into ratings. I think you're going first.
Yep. I'm gonna stick with what I originally had. Okay. I don't really think that. Just because when I say I don't remember much, I mean, like we said, I mean, it's kind of like All the President's Men. I don't know if you've ever seen that film. Mm-mm. There's a lot of political happenings, names being strewn about, and it's when you're watching it, you feel well taken care of. But looking back on it, you just remember like, oh, that's a really good film. Same with this one. Technical aspects are gonna be you're taken care of. You feel like you're in a different planet too, which is always incredible to me. I will say that 2 thoughts. One, Alien Romulus, I wanted to win visuals. I feel like that was the second closest one that I had. Actually, I wanted them to win, but I do get Dune Part 2. Also, Tim Cham dressing up, and I think this might be kind of meta. He might have went I'm going to dress up like the dude from Curious George because he's the man and I'm the man.
I mean, that's I love that perspective.
Yes. I don't know if I should give him that much credit, but I like that thought. So with that being said, because of that, I'm giving this a 9 out of 10.
Hell yeah. Perfect. This is one of my favorites of last year. I think what it's trying to do, it executes so beautifully. The way it's filmed, the way that it's performed, the high concepts that are portrayed in this so effectively, I think just inherently work. It just fucking punches you in the face with how effective this movie is. It's a 10 out of 10 for me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I gave it a 10. I'm sticking with a 10. I had a great theater experience with this too. Something that I don't think should be just glossed over is seeing this in an IMAX theater with the sound and the visuals.
Oh, yeah.
Just how locked in you are with it.
Yeah.
Does this movie so much favors. And it's like the Interstellar syndrome of it all. It's maybe if I just watch this at home, it's a great sci-fi movie. In a theater, it's incredible. And that's what it's built for. And I think that's kind of what I'm meriting my thoughts on it are.
Yeah.
Is the whole package of the best form of this thing.
Yeah.
So 10 out of 10.
Nice. Very nice. So I got the next. I got we got four films,
left.
right? All right. And I'm hoping that I get I hope I play this out right. All right, because I don't want to step. I know there's one, probably 2 that you want to talk on, and there's 1.5 that I'd like to talk about. So I'm going to do the half, and we're going to go with I'm Still Here.
Okay.
2024, I'm Still Here. Directed by Walter Salles. Written by Murilo Hauser, Hieto Lorega, Marcelo Rubens Paiva. Oh, the book. Oh, interesting. Marcelo, was that his son?
I think so.
Paiva. Yeah, okay. That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah,
nice.
it is.
Maybe another book I have to check out. Starring Fernanda Torres as Eunice Paiva, Selton Mello as Rubens Paiva, and that's all I'll get into because I don't think there's anyone that's recognizable in this thing. That at least I had seen in something else. I'm kind of looking. I don't think so, unless you think of someone.
I can't.
Okay. This is a story about a family in Brazil, not Rio de Janeiro, but somewhere in Brazil. And there's the background of it is that there's a military coup going on. as the military's overtaken the government at least a little bit, and it's always it's in the outskirts of all these places. Like, it still hasn't quite hit home yet, right? Or at least where they're directing some of their flashlight at in terms of trying to find political activists that are trying to supersede the military and conspiracists trying to take them down. So this family living in Brazil, we get to see this really intimate look about them going about their daily lives, with living across from the beach and being well off for the most part, and being a large family of 5, I want to say.
Yeah.
Right. And kind of having some of these political problems going on around there, not necessarily hitting home quite yet, but the daughter is catching a ride with a friend going somewhere, and they get to a bridge, they get stopped, they have to provide IDs, they have to see if any one of them are terrorists, I think is what they called them in the film.
Yeah.
And they get home, and it's birthdays, and it's fun loving, and we have a very good family dynamic going on with the mother and the father, who are well educated, and the culture of Brazil really shining, and everyone having this really fun loving time until all of a sudden it hits home. Some men come knocking up on the door. They want to see Rubens. They want to ask him just a couple questions. It's not a deposition, nothing official. We're just going to ask him a couple questions, and turns into where's he at, what's going on, and that is really the rest of the film as it kind of unfolds before our eyes. So,
yeah.
Where'd you see this at? When did you see it? Where'd you see it? I'm curious because I know my stuff.
So I saw it in GR North Cinema, Celebration Cinema.
Yes.
When did I see it? It's been probably like a month.
Okay.
Since I've seen it. It was one of the last ones I had to check out, and I watched it. I traveled to GR in the middle of, like, not a snowstorm, but like when the weather was getting kind of bad, and people were like, I don't know if you should drive out to GR, and I'm like, this might be my last chance to see this movie.
Yeah.
So it was not playing anywhere near us. Near us being relative to, like, okay, I have to drive 35 minutes to the city.
Right.
Which is fine, but like, it's a bit of a headache when these movies come out and it's like, all right, there's like a limited release.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of have to like work around the schedule to make it work for us.
Yeah.
But that's part of the fun. That's part of the challenge of doing these episodes.
Challenge indeed.
Yeah. Because this was the last one that you had to see, right? Or
No.
was it Nickel Boys?
Nope, this was the third to last one, actually.
Okay. So yeah, it was a little bit further up the list for you.
Yeah, we were kind of getting down to it, and I really wanted to watch all the movies before the Oscars. Not necessarily before we were recorded, but squeezing what I could squeeze in. So I had to go to Celebration North too. Saw it on a Saturday. Saturday morning, I was still shocked. I was very happy that they were playing it. But like you said, it's challenged. The funny part is. I believe it's where we saw Zone of Interest.
Yes.
I believe I sat in the exact same chair that I did for Zone of Interest that I did for that. So
you got like a nice, like, just huge screen right in front
up
of you.
in front of this subtitled movie of and it's slower pace, and I couldn't help but laugh that I've fucking been here twice now to see these Academy films. I've sat front row, which I hate. And they're very long films. Well done.
And they're subtitled. So like you have to like give eye space to like the words, but then you have to like quickly look back up.
Yes.
It's not like you can see the whole screen.
No. And so what pissed me off the most, and I don't know if it happened to us, was Zone of Interest and why we sat up front, or if it was just
it's because like availability.
Right.
Like every other seat was just taken.
That's what happened in this one. I'm like, who the fuck is seeing I'm Still Here right now? But like you said, probably everyone that put off seeing the movie till the last second.
Yeah.
So that's what you get.
I think my theater, it wasn't like huge. It was kind of small, but it must have been like a bigger theater than what you saw it in, because I still had enough room to pick, like, okay, I'm picking like a middle seat, like in the middle aisle. Like, I'm getting a decent view of it.
So there was 2 spots, right? There was the row right behind me, sandwiched in between 2 people. I think there was like that, and then like 4 spots down, another one. And then there was one that was like up 3 sections maybe, once again, sandwiched in between 2 people. And I was like, I don't know how this movie's going to go. Right. At like one point, there's someone snored in our theater.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm only assuming it was an older gentleman, but it was like a wake up snore. You know when you snore so hard and you suck in that air and you kind of pop. Yeah, I was like, God damn it. But no, so I picked that one because there was supposed to be some luxury, and then a nice 65-year-old lady came up and sat right next to me. So I was like, can't even escape it now. You know,
you're like, I might as well have just picked one of the back ones.
Yeah, it literally got to the point where I was like, what the fuck was I thinking? But anyways, no, what'd you think of the film? I guess that's the next question.
So I think this is a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it does what it needs to do so effectively. It like draws you in with like the emotions and like the performances. I don't think I'm excited to check this out again. It's a huge pill to swallow. It is heavy with the subject matter and like the feelings. It is a little bit of a grueling pace, but I think that's the intention. Right?
I agree. I was just about to say
it's meant to kind of like put you through the gauntlet and the grief of what this family's going through.
Yes.
Specifically what Fernanda Torres is going through as Eunice.
Yeah.
From like her perspective, and like you never really leave it after a certain point. And it's kind of punishing, but in a way where it's like, I see the artistic intention here.
Yeah.
I see what it's going for. It is a movie in which like, I think it's great, but yeah, it's, it's one that's like, yeah, it's dealing with like one of the most dour subject matters you can deal with, which is like a family member has died and we have like no idea. Like
they don't even know if he's dead.
What's happened really? Yeah.
Yeah. Like they don't even know. They
just kind of like accept it. Right. After a certain point.
Yeah. There's a question that the son asked the siblings asked, like, when did you know? And she said, well, when we packed up and left. He goes, really? Mm-hmm. He goes, I didn't accept that he was dead until like 2 years later.
Right.
You know, and it's very telling because they do a lot of, I don't want to say you have to read in between the lines, but I think we talked about this, the human spirit throughout this thing, and just this family being able to push through what's going on, and not necessarily that they're in denial. They still have hope that they're going to figure out something's happened with their father, but just their ability to be unwavering throughout this. Was really it was interesting. It plays into the title with "I'm Still Here," being that we want to believe that the father he hasn't disappeared. You know, like he, in what they have ultimately get to, he was killed, and you know he's buried somewhere. You know, and that I'm still here. I mean, at least for me, the aspect was the thought of the dad. That. We will come to an end with this. We will figure out what happened. And it takes not such a long time. It felt like a long time.
To me, the title is sort of it is sort of what you're pointing out, but to me it was also like quiet defiance in the face of adversity. Like despite the fact that this dictatorship, this government is denying and like pushing up against us as a family and like me as a person, I'm still gonna do what I need to do to either like resolve this issue in some way or like find answers, or like I'm not gonna stop until I've completed this like arduous journey, even if it takes decades. Which it does. And I think that the performance from Fernanda Torres really shows that part of it so strongly.
Yes.
I think that she is far and away my favorite part of this movie.
Well, she's
Well, she's still there.
I liked Rubens quite a bit.
Me too.
I really like the family dynamic and the friendships and everything that was going on at the beginning of this thing. Mm-hmm. And not to say like when it turns dour it gets worse. It's just Fernanda starts taking center stage with what she's trying to accomplish.
And there's a pain that she's constantly trying to hide or like transfer or like, go through any sort of like strong emotion that like, we haven't like seen this until now.
Yeah.
And like the dealings of that are what make this movie compelling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, she does a hell of a job.
She does.
And this thing is really beautifully shot. I think it's got...
I love the color grading of it.
Yes, and the transitions that it takes going from different sets of time too is outstanding.
Yeah, you get like a good sense of this movie's timeline. Like it never feels muddied or like confused. When it jumped forward and she's older and like her kids are adults, I never was like scratching my head and going like, wait, what? Like why is it doing this? Like to me it felt like a natural progression of like, oh yeah, and going into this, I didn't know it was a true story.
I didn't either.
I thought it was like, oh, they're fictionalizing a situation that's based on like a real historical event.
Yes.
But when it jumped forward in time and like they're talking about and like the son character's in a wheelchair and like they're like having this like very specific stuff happening. It's like, oh, this must be a real story then. Like this must be something that has happened to like this family must be real. Like,
yeah, I could see that. I kind of was just getting into her battling, her fight for justice.
But the fact that like they do take this real story that has a lot of specificity to it and they make it so compelling as a narrative still without sacrificing like the realness of it,
right,
is to me like one of the most impressive parts about it.
Yes. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I will say this is probably not a one and done, but rewatchability of this thing
it's lower.
It's probably the 10th on the list.
It's a bummer. It's a bummer of a movie that is like, it is methodical in the way it presents itself.
Yeah, it
is so adherent to the reality of it that you feel the emotions, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, this is kind of, I don't want to call it a slog. It's a painful process.
Like you said, heavy pill to swallow. There's just you're going through the day to day and almost moment to moment. Like we're living in moments and capturing what's happening within a moment, which without good subject matter makes it really challenging. Mm-hmm. It's had good subject matter. Unfortunately, it's just really upsetting subject matter. Like I keep saying it. I want to sympathize with this. I never got completely into the emotionality of it all,
right?
Mostly just because of, I guess I listed all the circumstances that was going on, and it just never like kind of clicked. I was more interested with what was going on with the area around it, and that living in the moments, I know what this feels like, but also from an art perspective, this is, I think, really, really, really well done. And I think I said Sofia Gascon should have won. I think she was the one I was pulling for the most.
Yeah.
Fernanda Torres. Because I thought she holds this thing together.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And if she isn't solid, this thing easily turns into a slog.
I was impressed, too, by the kid performances in this movie.
I liked everyone.
Yeah. Like, there was no weak performance. There was nothing that felt like it was being weighed down by anything.
No, it's just everyone's very... It's very frenetic at the beginning. Like it's there's music going on, and I think I even made that note. I was like, the music stops once he gets picked up, and like you'd been hearing music the whole time,
right?
And all of a sudden it's gone.
Without the scene where the kids get pulled over by the military at the beginning, you might think that this is just going to be a movie about this family and like them growing up in this environment. Because that's sort of what I was kind of feeling, was like, is this going to be like, there's going to be like this background of a conflict with the military, but also like, is this just going to be like kind of a vibes movie? Which I was on board with, because I liked what I was experiencing up until that point. Even when the movie like kind of transitions into more of like a drama and like a dour subject matter, it's like, I still enjoy what it's doing. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a testament to like the strength of the filmmakers too.
Oh, 100%. And I think that there are movies that have Belfast, right? Maybe not a great example. There are other movies that have taken kind of some political stance that's going on in the background, and how are we adapting our lives to that? Mm-hmm. So I think that I thought it was feasible. As soon as the dad got picked up too, I didn't realize he wasn't coming back. Like
I had kind of a feel when he like looks back at his wife and he gets in the car. I'm like, I'm never seeing this motherfucker again. Like he's gone.
I was thinking like, oh, she gets captured, she gets in with him, they get back, they figure something out, right? Mm. And like, And maybe that's a fucking testament to what just going into this thing, because I'm in the same boat they are. Right?
I was ready for the rest of this movie to be her in the jail cell.
Yeah.
I was ready. I was prepared for this to be like a prison movie.
Out. Like,
right. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was. I mean, I will say after like it was like 30 days or whatever, I was like, yeah, he's gone. But like, when all that started going on, I was like, maybe that's not the route they take. Maybe they flip flop. Maybe it's this and that. And then it turns into maybe she's gonna be in a holding cell this whole time. Maybe she's got to and it's I'd recommend people to watch this thing. I think I would. I'd say check it out. Go in.
It's worth watching.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
it's just maybe
it's
make sure you're in a good mood.
Yeah, fun scale's not high. Fun scale's not high.
No, fun scale is not high at all.
Yeah,
yeah.
0.5.
Shall we get into ratings for I'm Still Here?
Yeah.
I'm going first. So, like I said, fantastic movie. I think it does what it needs to do very well. It's very specific in its situation, but it does it in a way where it's like, I am hold on to this thing like the whole time.
Yeah.
Rewatchability is a little bit lower, but I think it serves the movie. The fact that this film has like the impact that it does on me, where like I could go 5 years without watching this thing, and still there's scenes in this that like will stick out to me.
I think I'll remember the story.
Absolutely.
Like I'll remember the story.
This is a 9 out of 10 for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. There's a lot of films this year in the Best Picture category that are just straight up great.
Yes.
Like they're just bangers.
I'm in the so I'm kind of in the same boat. I mean, this thing has some staying power. Rewatchability, like I said, it's probably 10 out of 10, but it hits home when it needs to hit home, and not in like a gratuitous way, where it's like a cheap thrill or a cheap like. This thing
never feels romanticized.
No, this is a very strong, powerful film about a woman's, her. Oh my gosh, I'm struggling with words today.
Her defiance.
Kind of. So like I agree with you, but I always hesitate to use it because it's not like anyone was saying stop. She was getting rejected, but no one came up and said like you need to quit doing this or doing that. Like I never felt like once she got out, her life was in peril at all.
Yeah.
It was, is she going to be able to accomplish this task? And the fact that in real life she went on to become one of the leading professors of teaching indigenous cultures and social rights, right, at that time.
Yep.
And sticking with the government on finding out where exactly her husband's at. Like it's a testament to her will. I think that's probably what I'm looking for. And she does a great job doing it. So yeah, outside of that, I mean, I would definitely, I'd recommend this thing. This is pacing wise. Like I said, it reminds me of Drive My Car. I believe that's the one we talked about in 2023.
Yep. It's
Where I was like, good film, but this is like of the same ilk. I think I'm gonna remember this one a lot more because it was a true story, and it's so. I don't want to say fascinating, but there is something that you can learn from it. So I'm giving it an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I think it's my turn, right?
Yes.
Deciding what to go with. I think I'm just gonna go with my heart of hearts here. My darling, my beautiful gem. We're gonna talk about The Substance.
Pump it up.
You got to pump it up. Pump it up. Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Pump it up. The Substance. I'm excited to talk about this one. It's a body horror film, 2024, written and directed by Carolee Fargeet, freaky French lady. Stars Demi Moore as Elizabeth Sparkle.
She's this little petite thing too.
She is. I've seen an interview with her and Margaret Qualley and Demi. Sorry. And it's funny how like she's kind of this mousy, small, like French lady, and then you watch this movie, it's like, what the fuck?
She popped up on. And I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to, because I keep getting this image in my head. But we had the Oscars thing on before you guys came in.
Yeah,
and they were interviewing this tiny petite little French lady, and I'm like, who the fuck is this? Like, she's not an actress. She's not up for anything. I don't recognize this person at all because you watch this film and you think of this like very bold, empowering figure of a woman, you know, who's really getting it off her chest. This lady popped up and I was like, oh my God. And then oh my God. And I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's running through her head?
Apparently blood. So this film is about a celebrity named Elizabeth Sparkle. She's like a workout celebrity instructor, and she turns 50 at the beginning of this movie. And you know, Dennis Quaid, her manager, while scarfing down like endless amounts of shrimp, just tells her, you know, at 50 it stops. And we're meant to inquire that, like, it being like, you know, the juice, the thing that like makes
menopause
you
hits.
Yeah. And the thing that makes you worthwhile as like an attractive celebrity figure.
Right.
Specifically a female attractive celebrity figure. And Elizabeth Sparkle gets in an accident at the doctor's. The doctor's assistant says you would be the perfect candidate. And she's like, what do you mean? And he like slips her some information about the substance, which is this thing that she can purchase and inject herself with that will create a better version of yourself. And from there, Margaret Qualley is born, created, whatever you want to refer to it as. She splits with her consciousness, creates a younger version of her. And from there, we just switch back and forth between Elizabeth Sparkle and Sue, who is the new hot young thing.
You are one.
New show, 9 p.m.
Yeah.
So yeah, spoilers for the substance. I'm just going to show my hand right now. This was my favorite movie of 2024.
What?
This is absolutely like at the top for me.
Yes.
I fucking love this movie. This was an insane bug nuts theater experience that I didn't really know too much about. I saw the teaser trailer. It's like a minute-long teaser trailer where like you get the vibes, you get who's in the movie, like the general.
There's no way you could tell that this would happen.
No, there's no way to tell that like this movie goes into the territories that it goes.
I saw the trailer twice, 2 different trailers.
Yeah,
I had no fucking clue, and then when I heard about this thing, I was like, "You've got to be kidding me!"
And this is through and through a body horror film that is so visceral. The sound design gets fucking under your skin. Even someone who, like me, is like, I'm a little squeamish when it comes to real life stuff, but with movies, I'm mostly like, all right.
Yeah.
Like I can kind of like separate the idea that like, this is fiction. This is a movie. They're doing movie magic.
Good for you.
It's not going to like really affect. This movie got to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, you know, at certain points,
I
when
mean,
they're pulling
too.
teeth and like fingernails are falling off.
Yeah.
And drumsticks are being pulled through stomachs. But this movie, it succeeds in like everything it is trying to do.
Yes.
In a way that is like so visceral and impactful. The performances are fucking great. I love the way this movie looks. The way it's shot is so like intense and in your face. The sound design, like I said, is like so in your ears. And yeah, I love everything about this movie.
Yes.
Absolutely love it. I want to hear your thoughts.
I don't know if I go love.
Right,
no.
you're not glazing over it like I am.
No, but it's your number one, man, and I know what it feels like to find your number one of 2024. So, I enjoyed this thing quite a bit. I thought this thing is really well written. I believe I want to say metaphor that's going on with kind of like women in Hollywood and how they're perceived, and even women on how they perceive themselves once they start to get older too. I mean, this is a very feministic look at kind of just what happens once you start aging, you know?
Yeah, the frustrations of what women go through.
Yes.
Especially in like the sort of like famous celebrity scene of like my image is everything, and if like even one person finds like a flaw, then it's all over.
But
for
it's
me.
You know, it's not only that though. It's kind of your self your depiction of yourself. I mean, if we're just talking about like I don't want to say ego, but just how your self-esteem, right? You start getting to that too, and if it's everything, and not to say with her, it was placed into how others viewed her, but I feel like that a lot of ladies, when they start to get older and things start, it's like you're just not in love with your body as much as you were before.
There's a sense of body dysmorphia that like kicks in, or like a sense of self-image that you're just not too fond of anymore.
And that's where it plays into that a little bit. It plays into how others view ladies in Hollywood once they hit certain ages.
And I want to throw this out here because you touched on the writing of this, which I agree. I love it.
It's fucking phenomenal.
I think that when people get the idea of writing in a movie, they only think of the dialogue and like the way that lines are delivered. Because I've seen this as a criticism towards this movie. It's like, the writing isn't like the best quality of it. It's very like kind of obvious and in your face, and like there's not that many lines. It's like
fucking idiots.
There's more that goes into a screenplay than just the dialogue. There's the themes. There's the setup. There's like the whole like kind of the visual language of the story of the movie.
Yes.
Like the actions that take place. The way this stuff is portrayed is the writing that goes into it.
Yes. Not
just like what the characters are saying. And I wish more people recognize that as like a facet of screenplays in general. I think the writing of this is fucking fantastic. It's obviously not doing like fucking I'm thinking of ending things Charlie Kaufman shit.
Right.
But it's doing the thing within its own genre that I think not many other movies can like really pull off. It's like the viscerality of it all, the like in your face nature of it. The fact that it is obvious is what makes the writing good. It's like, it is in your face and intense about it, but go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, I think that when they say like in your like the dialogue in this thing, this is not a very heavy dialogue film, or at least the conversations that take place aren't very deep, right?
You're not getting like Tarantino levels of back and forth.
I think that's what they're like when I hear that comment, and that's why people are like, I know where it's going. It's because the dialogue, it's leading you one way, and I feel bad for people that watch movies because and I was doing shit like this, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. It's like I just want to know what the characters are talking about and how they're help guiding me.
Right.
And there's so much more that goes into a screenplay outside of that, and especially with something that's as well written as this, that has a point to make, about the female condition. Like
when you get scenes where like Demi Moore is looking at a globe, like a sparkly globe of like a dancer inside of like a little thing, a little knickknack.
Yeah.
You get the emotions of what's going through her head without her having to say any sort of dialogue whatsoever. And that is like, that is writing right there.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, but and it could be she was a director too, but like the when all the men are talking, like in the screenplay, it usually says this is where we're going to be at. Every guy that's talking is in your face, up close and personal, right? Like it's very like,
it's so uncomfortable,
fish-eyed, with like him, like, or wall-eyed, where it's like kind of just so right there, and it's a little morphed, if you will, but you can tell that they're passing on judgment. You're not seeing them in the lens that they are seeing you, right?
Absolutely.
And that plays into it. Like this thing is, I think this is like one of the top 3 for written movies this year. I think it did a phenomenal job of raising some issues about certain things that are happening, but doing it in a very fun way.
This movie's a fun time.
Like if you go into this thing very like this won't be fun or I won't like it, like you're not gonna have a good time. I fucking was like, I don't know what I'm gonna get. Body horror I'm not great with. But then once it started playing out and you're like, oh, this is a metaphor for like a lot of things that are happening or that she's going through.
Yeah.
It becomes not like stomach, but like it's just a funner time. A more fun time.
Yeah, it's one where like if you want to just watch this movie as it is, like a body horror film that's got like a lot of gross shit happening and it's very intense.
Yeah, horror being the big thing. If this is supposed to be scary, then
you can easily do that and still enjoy this movie. Whereas like you can also go into it knowing that like, oh, this is going to have like deeper meanings of like body dysmorphia and addiction and like celebrity and like fame and image.
Yeah.
Like you can go into it with all those things and like you're going to have as equally as a good time as the person who's just watching this going like, yeah, I love when the fucking blood splatters everywhere. It's cool. I enjoy it. And that's the power of this movie to me.
Yeah.
It's like the fascination of like how people consume this and what they take away from it. It's like, there's lots of different, the word is escaping me, but like audiences that could consume this movie and like get some enjoyment out of it.
The markets,
despite how crazy it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say the markets aren't just tapped into. You have to be a horror fan or you have to be a Demi fan. Like it is widely broadcasted. Where if you find someone that really just likes horror films that don't care about how something's written, they probably get some enjoyment out of this. You know,
absolutely.
If you find people that liked Requiem for a Dream, they'll probably get some enjoyment out of this. You know, I had no idea where it was going to fall because body horror isn't my style.
Yeah.
I didn't know that the thing was going to be that well written. So I went into this with very low expectations.
Okay.
And was like, wow. And I came out with probably my favorite song of 2024. So
that, I listened to the soundtrack quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like, I just throw it on at work sometimes.
I don't. The soundtrack, not so much. There's one song in particular, but
sure. What do we think about the performances? Because I think they're fantastic.
All of them are great.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of felt bad that I really liked Dennis Quaid in this thing, but
don't feel bad, dude. He's popping off. He's doing his thing. It's hilarious that this movie came out like the same weekend that Reagan did.
Oh God, yeah. No one did him a service, huh?
It's like, oh, I could take my grandpa to go see Reagan, and then afterwards I'll trick him into seeing The Substance.
Yeah.
It's just bug nuts. Do you know who was originally supposed to play that role?
Dennis Quaid's role?
Yes.
Is he deceased?
Yes.
So recently?
Yes.
John Hurt?
No. Ray Liotta.
Oh, wow.
I can see it.
I could too, but it'd be too caricature-y for me.
It's hard to tell how it would have been because obviously like the performance we have now works and is like really fucking good.
We'll take Ray Liotta, like, so I think Dennis Quaid's like laughing at points. Take Ray Liotta laughing from Goodfellas and put his face in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like it, I'm not to say that it would have been worse or better.
Right.
You know,
I will say this would have been a better last movie than Cocaine Bear. I will say.
Yeah. Cocaine.
Was not a fan of that.
I know. And I think I gave it way too high of a rating.
The makeup in this, excellent. The like first big kind of transformation for Demi Moore where she's like a hunched over like old.
Oh, you're saying like the
the really like
the bad one. I fucked up bad.
Yeah, right. I thought that was like, it's so compelling, it's so like effectively visceral, and you're just watching, you're going like, oh no, oh God. And it's Megan made a good point because I finally got her to watch this movie.
Yeah,
and we were talking about it before, but she made a good point in that it's everything that women like hate about themselves to the extreme.
Yes,
you know, like just like everything going on there, and we don't need to get into like the specific descriptions, but
the anxiety of aging and that irrational thinking of where I could possibly be at, all of a sudden surfacing with where she got to.
Because there's so many and this movie makes it a good point to be like, yeah, there's a lot of scenes where like the characters are staring at themselves in the mirror.
Yes,
and like the like issues of like what's going on can be boiled down to like, how do I feel about looking at myself?
It's vanity versus dignity.
Yeah,
you know, that's ultimately where you're kind of coming at, and then all of the everything outside weighing in on those choices or decisions are self-image.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and yeah, like I mean, dude, I gotta say, like, you get to a point where you're like actively rooting for character choices. I always think's a very good sign of a good film. Mm-hmm. And she got to she get to Hunchback. Also, she can't walk, and then she's like sprinting.
She's like chugging along,
down the hallway, and she was like also hauling a dead body,
right?
Like, you know, or the Margaret Qualley's body.
Mm-hmm.
But she got to that point. She's like deformed, old, you know, bald, whatever, you know, whatever you want to say. And she gets to that stage. It's like, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not going to do it anymore because I want to live. Mm-hmm. You know, I was actively rooting for her to make the right choice. Well,
and this movie it almost becomes like an addiction movie at a certain.
You
point
made a great
too.
point when you said it. I mean, it's addicted to that. I mean, she's addicted to that other lifestyle.
Addicted to like the idea of fame and being mm-hmm. like lauded and celebrated.
Yep.
The hallway scene where like she's Monstro Eliza Sue, and she's like going through the hallway, and like everybody's like praising her as she's walking along. It's like that's ultimately like what she desires as a character, and like what she's chasing, and that chase becomes the whole addiction aspect of it, of like, I want to stop.
Yes.
Like the character's literally screaming, I want to stop. And then she's like, I can't stop. She like keeps hitting herself. A lot of like self-deprecation going on there. Like just horrible like self-image issues.
Well, and it could be
played out in a very like compelling way. Yeah.
And I was about to say, like, the substance could be like Botox, could be like whatever the plastic surgeries, all that stuff that like, some because you want to be such a younger version of yourself when you get later on, like you can kind of see some ladies that pour in the money, time, and effort
or just like drugs, like just the idea of like a drug addiction where someone takes a drug, they feel wonderful, and then that wonderful feeling just like comes and goes so quickly, and then you have to linger in the after effects of it for so long before you get your next hit.
I was just thinking just now, like the substance was esteem. She had very low self-esteem, and when she turned into Margot Qualley, she had very high self-esteem. It's just,
and those feelings became like shorter and shorter each time. Like the sort of like moments are like, the moments where I'm Demi Moore are like long, and that's what happens when she's in the restaurant, and the old guy's like, it's so long, isn't it?
Yep,
the time between or whatever. And has she started eating away at you? Where like, that's what happens later in the movie. She literally starts eating away at her, and it's like this life that she lives is like, consuming her, literally consuming her.
Yes.
Great fucking movie. I love this thing.
Yeah, it is. It's very well done, very well written. The performances are fantastic. I mean, it's shot so well. It's beautiful.
Beautiful movie. Beautiful, gross movie.
These horror films, I just gotta say, the horror films, I'm really kind of liking the metaphorical side that they're taking.
Yeah.
Like, you got It Follows, Talk to Me, this one. Like, we're starting to see a little bit more and more of being able to tackle some social issues.
Yeah, we're seeing that horror movies can be more than just cheap.
Slasher.
Yeah.
Gory. Not having a word about anything besides being a thrill ride.
Oh, there's a ghost in the attic. Ooh.
Is that Scooby-Doo?
Yes. Ruh-roh. I'm turning into Scrappy. Is Scrappy the substance version of Scooby?
Oh.
Or is Scooby the better version? I think Scooby's the better version.
Scrappy's not great.
No,
right?
Scrappy kind of sucks. That's a good note to, I think, wrap up this discussion.
Yeah, we gotta do ratings.
We gotta do ratings.
Okay, I kind of said my piece. I mean, there's not much. Low expectations. Walked away absolutely thrilled. This thing hasn't delighted me. I haven't seen a movie that has switched my expectations, or at least caught me completely off guard since I saw The Menu, which is another one that this thing's just really good. It's really good. I don't know how much praise we can give besides check it out. Like,
right.
We were egging Megan on to check it out. Like, it wasn't like
and she gave it a good rating.
Yeah.
Ultimately, she liked it as a movie. It's just,
there's elements of
harder for her to reckon with the gore of it all.
Elements in there that can be tough to stomach. And
literally.
Are you talking about the drumstick again?
I am talking about the drumstick again.
But yeah, this would be a movie that like if someone's like, I haven't seen it yet, I'd be like, check it out. You got to watch it.
Yes.
You're gonna know if you like it or not. It might be too much, but you got to see it at least, because you don't have that with a whole lot of movies, I think. And this thing is palpable with being probably a runtime of like 210.
Yeah, it's like 50. I think it's like 220. Yeah,
220.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel like that.
No, it doesn't.
That's why I went from 210 to 150. So you can tell how quick it goes.
Right.
This is a 9 out of 10.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We love to see it. I kind of gave my hand when I said this was my number one movie of 2024. So
8 out of 10.
Right. I'm thinking like a high 7, like a low 8. No, this is a solid ass 10. This is like the most 10 you can get for me. Just like the theater experience, the visceralness of this movie, the intensity. Just, I love how batshit it is. I love how just like Like, it just goes for it.
Yeah.
And I commend it so much for that reason. So 10 out of 10. Not much more I can say. Mac is right. Check this movie out.
Have to. So it's on me?
Yes.
Sweet. So, okay, I'm just going to do it. We're going to get to talk about it. We're going to talk about The Brutalist.
I knew it.
Oh,
I knew that was coming up.
There's a certain smile on his face. The Brutalist. Brutalist 2024 film. Directed by Brady Corbet.
Yep.
Written by Brady Corbet and his wife.
Yep.
Mona Fastfold.
That's right.
Sweet.
Our boy Brady from Funny Games.
Yeah.
Peter from Funny Games. He's come a long way.
Or Melancholia.
He just wanted to borrow eggs and get laid by Kirsten Dunst.
Yeah. Our boy Brady. All right. So we have, God, I like Adrien Brody, but I fucking hate him too sometimes. Like, his IMDb picture just pisses me off.
I think that's everybody's relationship with Adrien Brody right now.
I used to think I just never liked him from The Pianist, but like, I haven't seen, like, he's been in a couple Wes Anderson films. I've always been like, it's Adrien Brody. Like, he's okay.
He's found a comfortable home with Wes Anderson.
Yes.
And some, like, straight to DVD garbage.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't
He's got such a weird fucking career.
Yes.
So strange.
Yes.
Oscar winning, but also like kind of Redbox king, but also like Wes Anderson's little muse that he uses.
I don't get it.
It's crazy.
And then he's all over Instagram apparently.
He is. He's spreading positivity as he's walking through New York City.
God, it's awesome. All right, Adrien Brody as Laszlo Toth, Felicity Jones as Elizabeth. I think that's how you pronounce it. Toth. Guy Pearce as Harrison Lee Van Buren. Joel Alwyn as his son Harry Lee. Isaac de Boncole as Gordon. Alessandro Nivola as Attila. And I'm only going over people that I recognize, and I think that might be it at that point. Yes. All right. Man, Behemoth. Epic. Maybe epic. Maybe not epic.
I would say it's pretty epic.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got freaking, the movie starts out with Laszlo Toth's niece going through an interrogation process, and it's kind of, I'll get to it at some point because I almost rewatched it again, but I got through the 10 minutes and I was like, it's too late for me to watch this thing right now. But she goes through an interrogation process, and it looks like it might be the SS talking to her about the whereabouts of some people. I'm not exactly sure of what they were getting at. It kind of setting up a little bit of exposition that she's with Adrien, with Laszlo and Mrs. Toth, Elizabeth, so maybe it's Elizabeth. I'm getting caught up on this. Either way, hop in the ship. Laszlo's walking around and the ship's swaying, and we find out he got on and he's getting to America to start again, and what are we going to do when we get there? We just don't know. And he's got a letter from his wife that's just going about what's happening and her love for him, and hopefully it's all well. And he's having some dialogue about we have to get up here soon, so we're not at the end of the line once we get into America. And he opens up the door and punctures through, and all of a sudden they just start screaming. They made it out of the depths, and they've arrived in America, the land of opportunity and freedom and justice, and the chance to be your own man and pull yourself up by your bootstrings. And we just go. There's the title is amazing. I really liked how they did the credits at the beginning of this thing. It's very interesting. Corbet has a very nice little style, at least with the opening title sequencing cards and with the credits rolling out.
Yeah,
and
this film is like just visually gorgeous.
Oh my God! And then we get freaking Laszlo gets to meet up with his cousin. Who changes his name. I don't think that they put it on here with his name changed. Attila.
Yeah.
He changed it's
like Steven or something.
Mercer and Sons.
Yeah.
Or he's
the shop. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, your last name is, he goes, but they don't buy from foreigners, they buy America. He goes, and you have no sons. He's like, they want a family business. Such a piece of shit. And he's struggling, he can't make stuff, but he got the architect in. The
That's
Godfather. And you find out, it's all starting off, and he gets a very nice project with Harry Lee, who's done a really good job about making sure that the markup on these things are very little, and labor and everything is charged as close to, as 2% as it could be, right? Like, he's not making much money doing these projects, and if anything happened to go wrong, he probably isn't gonna make any money. And so we get to the house, and Laszlo's doing stuff for the Van Burens, and we find out, Harry's dad's a wealthy man, and they're doing some work, some things go awry, but ultimately the project turns out very successful, at least to Laszlo, and Mr. Van Buren shows up pretty pissed off because he has a sick mom, and he doesn't know who these strangers are in his house, so he kicks them all out. And then we get to Laszlo kind of going back to the streets, figuring out what it's like to... he's got to maybe not slum around, but he's not a man of means right now, you know, and, oh God, we just see all these beautiful landscapes, and Harry ends up finding him. Mr. Van Buren does. He wants to commemorate him on what he did with the library, and he just finds him absolutely fascinating, learn more and more about Laszlo's story, to the point that he hires Laszlo to build the community center of Margaret and Van Buren, and set up the building in the town that's just outside of Philadelphia that will be a community center for all. But the crutch of the matter is there has to be a religious. It's not.
There's got to be a cross.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Whatever you want to call it. It's a community for religious members.
Yeah, or like a church of some kind.
But there's got to be a cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, and. We start to see the strife just go from there.
That's right. So I was very much looking forward to this movie. Brady Corbet is an interesting director, filmmaker figure, because I guess I was listening to an interview with him. I guess he's been creating film one way or another since he was like a teenager.
Doesn't shock me.
Yeah. He seems like someone who is just like a big nerd about making movies and like the technical aspects that go into it. I think that this movie, like clarifying, like him specifically, like advertising, like, yeah, we filmed this in VistaVision, which is like what we wanted to do to try and get like the most accurate feeling of this being like in the 40s and 50s as close as we can, while still maintaining like the artistic integrity of like how we make movies now. Mm-hmm. I think that you can clearly see like, yeah, this guy cares so much about the craft of filmmaking, and that is what stood out to me the most of this movie. Is like the craft of filmmaking is just like, I think, not what takes precedent necessarily, but it's at the forefront.
Yeah,
it's like really what's being put on display here. And when you have a movie where like the subject matter is like, yeah, it's about an architect, it's about architecture, it's about the way things are laid out, the way things are constructed, the way they're built in a way where it's supposed to be like cost effective but still like beautiful. It speaks volumes that like this movie has that as a subject matter, and it had a budget of like $10 million, where it's like a 3.5 hour long epic film with a budget that is that low.
Yeah.
And still like feels like a big budget,
grandeur,
like epic movie. Yeah. It feels like you're watching something like There'll Be Blood or No Country for Old Men or something, where it's like we're getting this great grand sense of scale for a movie where it's like, you don't feel the limitations of what it actually has constrained against it. No. It's like this thing feels like it's made so like intentionally for its own sake. Like it's not adhering to like a studio. A24 I think was smart in the way that they went about this movie, where like we're going to garner the awards attention, we're going to have like a slow build up to it, and then people are going to go check it out, and they're going to find that like, yeah, this is an easier pill to swallow than they might have thought it initially would be. Like, I don't know about your experience, but seeing this in IMAX was stellar. Oh. Having the built-in intermission, I think, was a fantastic choice.
Yes.
Like, clearly dividing this movie into two parts, where it's like, yeah, they could have easily, like, the studio could have come in and been like, Brady, we need you to cut this down. If we want people to like sit through this movie, we got to like have shorter runtime so we can get more showings in the theater. And this feels very intentionally artistic in that like, no, this is my movie. I'm not going to sacrifice anything. I'm not going to like cut around anything for the sake of commercial like advertiser or like whatever.
Yeah.
Like this is how the movie is. And if you like it, great. If not, oh well. Like
it's
naked face value, like this is what you're getting into. And I love it.
Dude, he had a goal and he fucking hit it. You know?
Absolutely.
And I gravitated towards this thing. It's so well written. It's beautiful. I didn't realize 10 million.
Yeah.
God damn it. Like they're fucking making this thing.
9.6 million to be specific.
I mean, they're making this Coliseum, like whatever, the community center, and it's gonna be 30 feet tall, and it's got ceilings over here, and it's designed in such a way, and no one knows what the fuck Brody's doing, and it's like, I'm like, how are they gonna show this thing getting erected? Like how are they gonna? There's no way that they make this thing look even. Never once doubted where I was at. Mm-hmm. Never once. I can only imagine what it would have been like to watch this in the IMAX.
It was great.
I'm the proud owner of this film now.
Nice.
Well, I had to buy it for $20 to watch it.
I mean, there's worse movies you might have had to buy.
Yeah. No, I got the $20. I watched it, and I think the intermission got cut out in that. I want to say that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's like,
so they didn't have like the countdown. No, the screen.
They put it. We talked. Yeah, see, I know we talked about that a little bit. Remember, I told you there's other movies I've seen that they have that intermission in there, but they cut it.
Yeah.
They did it in this one. They put it. So they put intermission on there, and then it holds it for like, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds, and then it's back into it.
Okay, because ours was 15 minutes long.
Right.
So like it gave us an opportunity to like get up, stretch our legs, like go get some, like I got a refill on a pop that I had.
Yeah.
Like it was fantastic. Like I loved it.
I didn't need it though. Right. That was good. I was like, get it going.
You were like, let's just keep this ball rolling,
I was
baby.
very happy. I went to take a piss, and like, so I get up and I had to pause. I had to like,
I want more Laszlo.
Yeah.
Give me more fucking Guy Pearce yelling at people.
God, those two guys fucking going at it. Oh, man.
Their dialogue scenes are so great. And the performances are really good too, but like just the writing and like how it all comes together and like their back and forth feels so natural, but also just like, yeah, I'm watching a compelling movie. Yeah. The dialogue is so sharp in these scenes. And where it all culminates with like that second act with like the action that Guy Pearce takes against him.
God. Yeah.
Is just like absolutely like, oh wow, this is all it's leading up to. It manages to be surprising, but also like, yeah, this makes sense that this guy would do this to him.
Everything. Like, I heavy-handed metaphor, right? It's not surprising, like you're saying, not surprising, right? That action happened.
The scene is shocking in that I was like,
yes.
Oh my God, what is he doing?
Oh, dude, I was going like this. I was like, there's no way. No way. Oh, no. I was like, oh, he's all fucked up too. He's not going to remember. Oh, God.
Yeah, but then you remember, like, yeah, Guy Pearce's character is a piece of shit.
Well, that's what he probably is. He's so envious and jealous of what Laszlo has in his head.
Is like taking advantage of like every aspect of him as a character.
Oh, my God. And so, and that's where I was like, I'm kind of like, all right, I get it. And I also see maybe a handout, but like it was built up more than what I believed it to be. But I also, like, when I rewatch this thing, I'm probably going to try to pay a little bit more attention to, because, like, the Erzabe makes a good point that you are building you're a kitchen sink, or you're building the kitchen for him. Like, he can discard you whenever he wants. Yeah. Don't go back there. And I think that's the most prominent aspect of this, is that you're only drawn in because he has money to give you for you doing this, and where Laszlo has ulterior motives,
which is fantastic.
Yeah.
No, this movie, like the whole time I'm watching it, I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, this is supposed to be like a portrayal of like the immigrant experience, especially one who like went through the Holocaust and like is trying to escape oppression
to some
like,
extent,
anti-Semitism. Yeah. And the whole time I'm watching this movie, I'm thinking they're doing an interesting job of portraying his struggles as an immigrant, but also like the consequences of the choices that he makes and like the responsibility that he has to like kind of like uphold when it comes to like his decisions, like the drugs he's taking, like all this stuff. And then really it tied together for me in the end, where it's
Good.
like, oh, this is like a response to trauma. Like everything he's doing is like an attribute of him as a character and like the horrible situation that he's gone through, and not like, you know, just because he's an immigrant or whatever. Because I was a little bit worried watching this movie, going like, is this movie like towing a line of like saying something about immigrants and like what they're like? But I think that this movie fantastically subverts that and goes like, no, this is because like he went to a concentration camp. Like he experienced like some of the most horrible conditions that a human can experience, especially at that time with like the persecution and everything else. And everything that's going on with like him being a drug addict and like how he interacts with people and like his sort of like deathly connection to like the artistic merit of like the things that he's building is like, yeah, this is because he is just mentally fucked up from this experience, because like the world has treated him like shit his entire life, right?
Yes, to some extent.
Yeah.
I will say I mentally fucked up. I mean that I'd say to some extent. Like the drug use to me is coping, right?
For sure, yeah.
And that's trauma, right? So it's obviously a coping mechanism. I think ultimately like what the community center became and what it represented was where I say he's not mentally fucked up in the head, but more so that was his answer and his fuck you to everything. That
maybe mentally fucked up was like the wrong term for me to use.
Yeah, I mean just
like
I know what you're saying.
Just like it, you know, everyday interactions with people and like how people perceive him is like,
yes,
you know, the ability of him to deal with it in the way that he does.
He's vermin, you know.
Right, that's how they view him.
Yeah, and his drug addiction was a culmination of everything going on and him not being able to cope, right? And it's to me it's like where he becomes sympathetic, at least is where it's tough. It's very tough with what he's, not only that, but he's a distinguished architecture. Like this isn't
right. He's like famous in Europe, like the Bauhaus. They mention that all the time.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you created the Bauhaus. Like that's incredible.
Right. And that's like, imagine being, you know, and that's why I kind of think of like some of the physicists back in the 40s that had to escape. At least they could come back to America and still work. But imagine being at the top of your game and having to start over. You know, like that, and being taken away from your loved ones. I mean, his wife that he's so deeply cared about, you know, and I mean, it's just like there's so much shit going on. And then eventually you start to see him reacting more so in the second half of this thing because he has this giant fuck you going on and he doesn't want to sack. Like, I think for him, this was the biggest like middle finger that he could actually put on a piece of earth.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
That's why he didn't care about a salary. That's why nothing. It made so much more sense to him and what it represented, than what money could have bought. You know, and it's, man, yeah, Laszlo killed it.
What's your interpretation of the scene where Guy Pearce's character, like after he's confronted by Felicity Jones, like, you raped my husband, blah blah blah. Like there's this falling out during that whole
Killed
scene.
Himself.
That was my interpretation too. I think the sort of like greater idea of that scene to me is because they're looking for him, they don't know where he is. They're looking through the building.
They're going through the
chambers
in the basement.
Yeah, very like, you know, this movie's called The Brutalist. It's brutalist architecture, like harsh shadows, like dark walls and ceilings, like very large rooms that are like very like non-uniform.
Yes.
Right? That to me was a scene where it told me like Harrison as a figure, despite his immense wealth and despite like his big family and like, you know, the sort of like the image that he wanted to project to people, despite all that, it told me that he is going to be washed away and forgotten, whereas Laszlo and his work is going to linger and last for much longer than any amount of like wealth or power or whatever could like force its way into existing, right? Yeah. To me, that's sort of what that scene was about, and I loved it. I absolutely.
Oh, so instead of actually showing what happened to him, like
the fact that you don't see like a body or like him,
it's
like, yeah, he's being washed away.
Yeah, you'll be a forgotten because we get to the ending now, and it actually, you remember what Laszlo did. You won't. Yeah. I That's a great interpretation.
Yeah,
I like that.
I think that's the intention.
I thought he was gonna rape his son. So
that is crazy. Well, not out of line with his character, I don't think.
Father, where are you? Father?
Oh no, Father, what are you doing? Please.
Yeah, that's what I literally thought he was gonna take. Because Harry's remember, Harry does all that shit, and then he realizes he fucked up, and then it turned back into like a freaking Menendez story, you know. And I was like, oh god, this is like really gonna get really fucking weird, you know.
Yeah,
it didn't, and I'm glad your interpretation is a lot better than where I thought it was going.
Right.
Yeah,
because that whole scene too is great, where like because they're walking through it all and you see it as it is.
Oh yeah,
it's like, oh shit, like he was building this like under their nose, like really sticking it to them in a way.
It's kind of funny, like, so obviously you don't know where this thing's going to get revealed for what it becomes, right? And like the significance, unless you know architecture or right, maybe. But they're walking through that and they're trying to find him, and it's showing everything that Brody, and I'm like, this is like a weird community center, right?
Yeah. Children are supposed to play basketball here?
Yeah. Did you ever have that? Like, as they're going through, you're like, boy, this kind of feels odd.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, where's the food court supposed to be here?
Yeah. Or like they got like the chapel, and it's like 60 feet with that marble sit right in the middle, you know? And then they get the reveal with it. I don't want to. I mean, I like spoilers. I don't want to spoil that because it was
absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was so great. I was like, just that thing. It fucking ended. It felt like it went on for an hour 30, and it ended. I was like, no fucking way.
Yeah,
you know. It was so good.
Absolutely. This is a great movie. I think there is, because like, you know, it's divided into halves, right?
Yeah.
I do think I like the beginning, like the first half, more than the second. Not that I thought the second was like bad, but I don't know, the first half does like a really good job of establishing like Laszlo as a character, and like, you know, incorporating all those different elements to it. The like visual fidelity of it all is really good. Like, but then again, like, I don't know, like it's one of those movies where like I don't think was as high as you were on it. I think that this was a movie where like I watched it and was like, that was really fucking like solid and great.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how this would play on like a second watch. I'm not entirely confident about like, you know, what I love about this movie.
Yeah.
But in us talking about it, it's like, yeah, I do have to think about like, yeah, this is a great fucking film. And I might end up just changing my rating because like there's not an aspect of this movie where I think like it's being dragged down by anything.
I don't think there's one part where you're like, that doesn't make sense. These character choices don't make sense. It's not rife with metaphors or having to read between the lines, right? It's pretty in your face. The dialogue's really rich. It's I don't want to say poignant, but you know, it's like it's sharp, it's witty. There's a lot going on. The characters are totally believable, you know? And they're like everything. It fascinates me that we're talking about architecture, and here we are going on this journey with this guy, who once again, like, I can't help but like, I think it's very it makes him so much more of a character. Like, I don't know exactly how to describe it. That this guy's fleeting from being a top architecture in his field in Europe to being a furniture design for his cousin, sleeping in the stock room, you know, helping out, trying to figure out how he can help his cousin make a little bit more money, you know, and then like, and his cousin takes him for granted. Like, everyone just keeps passing him along, and, you know, and it's
that
just
scene
like,
where he's in the car and he's yelling like, "We are not welcome here.
Yeah.
Nobody wants us here." Nobody. It's like literally everyone has like some sort of issue with him one way or another.
Yeah.
And like the way they show it is like, can either be as like subtle as how his cousin did, where it's like, you need to leave, or it can just be as blatant as like Guy Pearce taking advantage of him in like multiple ways, taking advantage of him.
Yes.
Adrien Brody's performance deserved lead Oscar win.
For me, yeah.
I think so. I think it's confident that I can say that, yeah, he did a great fucking job. I was watching an interview with Brady Corbet, and he was, you know, one of the panelists asked him like, so what drove your decision to cast Adrien Brody as Laszlo Toth? and he put it very succinctly where he was like, well, there's not that many like Hungarian-born American actors that are like of prestigious notion, So he kind of worded it in a way where it was like, who the fuck else would I have picked?
Oh God, yeah.
But it was still funny to me.
Kind of fits the character,
right? But I think that also goes to show that like I don't think there's anybody else who could play this guy,
dude. I'm really trying to think of, and I won't have it here, but like probably since Daniel Day-Lewis as Daniel Plainview, have I seen a character where I was like, love that character, don't know anyone else that could do it.
No,
right?
Like literally, because I'm trying to think like, who are my favorite actors just because of like range or whatever.
Yeah.
You get someone like Joaquin Phoenix, it's like might be too distracting. Like he might have like had a wrong interpretation of this,
right.
Like had a huge misstep, kind of like Napoleon.
Yep.
Or like fucking like I don't know, just like anybody else, like I can't think of anyone.
No, he did good because he knocked it out of the park.
Absolutely.
It's fucking fantastic. Like some guy, there are times when guys Josh Brolin and No Country for Old Men.
Yeah.
There are times when someone just hits it right on the fucking head. And it's like, boy, like Brad Pitt, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Like playing counterpart to Leo. Like you just have a hard time like saying who else could do it. Because when someone does so well, you don't want to think, boy, they could have got that person doing it.
Right.
Felicity
Jones, great.
Yeah.
Really able to play like the pathos of everything.
Yeah.
Just a sad character in general.
She was, yeah. I didn't mind her too much. I mean, she wasn't awful. It was,
yeah.
Yes.
No, I thought she was great. Guy Pearce, obviously. I thought he might have been a shoo-in for supporting.
I wanted him to win it so bad.
Well, then, Kiernan gets a fourth kid out of it, so.
God damn it. And he played him fucking self. Give it to Guy Pearce who actually had to act.
I would have given it to Pierce out of those two. Not that I hate Kiernan's performance. I actually thought it was quite good. But
yeah.
I the amount of work that Guy Pearce is putting into it, it's like, yeah, just you throw him the fucking trophy. Like, come on.
He was
what are we doing?
So good.
He's very good.
I think he could flip it like that.
I think I said that he was like the best portrayal of a human pit bull I've ever seen.
Yes.
Like just constantly barking and like just aggressive the whole time.
Which is funny because he only has like 2 scenes where there's an uneasiness to him throughout the whole film.
There's put on edge constantly.
2 times he has outbursts.
Yeah.
Right? Outside of that, you're uncomfortable put on edge the whole time. This guy could go off the rail at any moment. Mm-hmm. Like they're literally sitting there talking about architecture. And he goes, "God, you fascinate me so much." Like I
find our conversations very intellectually stimulating.
Yeah. Oh my God. And then I'm also thinking okay, like you can read, you got some history. You're such a fucking blowhard,
Yeah. Yeah, no, the performances are fucking great.
I really like the son too. I thought his son was...
Joe Alwyn.
Yeah.
At first, I was kind of like, what is this guy's deal? But then the more that we're with him, it's like, oh, yeah, this is like a good portrayal of like ignorant rich kid.
Well, and there's... So the family dynamic, I know a couple people just through coaching, right? Like that. I know some guys that have some sons that... because their dad's a coach, like they follow and then they emulate a lot, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like it wasn't bad. Like that, like what happened in the Brutalist is bad, right? But you emulate. And so like you get to see this like kid version of Guy Pearce. And that's what he's learning. And that's
his name's literally the same.
Yeah. And his actions really to some extent mimic what his dad would probably do, but you also get to see he has more faults than what Guy Pearce does because he gets drunk and he says these things.
He's a lot more like emotionally unstable.
Yeah. And
even more so than his dad, which is saying a lot.
I'm not saying I want to stick it to her.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy.
Excuse me. I've had a little too much to drink. I'm going to be going now.
Right. That scene where she comes back with the niece.
I think he did it.
Yeah.
She's doing up for it's. There are some things that are just so like, but it also goes to play with how well the movie's being played out. That like, oh, that guy's a piece of shit. He probably took advantage of her. Mm-hmm. Like, and we don't have to see it, but that's like, if it was any less of a movie, that would be such a what just happened moment,
right?
Like kind of. But and not to say he did or didn't. We don't know. We didn't see it, but.
Let's talk about the music. Music's fucking great.
God damn it! Yes.
Did it win score?
Yeah, that guy won it. The weird guy.
Yes, he did, because he went up and he looked like a Harkonnen.
I love, dude. That's the guy that I watched him talk about how he came up with these sounds and what
Daniel Bloomberg.
Yeah, what Brady wanted for this film and how he captured all these things. The opening scene when they're playing it on the boat on the ship, that they're just echoing it out. So that
Yeah. Loved the score.
I can't believe he didn't win Best Director. I'm sorry. I think you take a movie, and I'm not Sean Baker, I'm not discrediting, but I'm just saying the direction of this film with everything that had to happen in this thing for 3.5 hours, it blows my mind.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. You can tell he's like lived in this movie for so long that he knows it like the back of his hand.
Yes.
Like it's incredible. Shall we get into ratings? I don't know if there's too much else.
My favorite scene, and I don't know if you got a favorite scene. My favorite scene is, and unfortunately it leads into something bad, but the marble scene when they go to get marble.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The fuck how it looks. It's as white as a sheet of paper. You weren't lying.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And then them just walking through, and they got the music playing, and it's disorienting a little bit as they're going through the marble run. And then that's actually a real place.
Yeah.
You know, like, God. And then the guy talking about how he's there, and he almost is like in the same predicament that Brody was in or would have been in, you know, like they're kind of like trading war stories, and then you find out he's still his own man, but there's a price. Yes.
My favorite scene is all the way from Felicity Jones confronting Guy Pearce at the table, and then to like them trying to find where he's at through the building.
Yes, that's a really good one.
That's my favorite.
Yeah,
by
and that's
far.
towards the end of the film.
That is
to be that invested in it.
Absolutely. The fact that this movie held on to me as long as it is.
Yeah.
Like it says a lot. It says so much. Let's get into ratings.
Oh, okay.
I'm going first.
Yep.
I had this at an 8 for a long like even up until our discussion. I think I had it at an
up
8.
until this point right now.
No, not yeah, kind of. Like partway through the discussion, that's sort of why I wanted to say, like, you know, I wasn't as high on this film as you were, but given the discussion, given what we've talked, there's not like a ton that I can really knock this movie for.
It's
good. It's fucking good. It's doing what it sets out to do in an effective way. Like the intentions are there. This feels like a very purposefully put together movie with no studio interference, no sort of like guff behind it. Everything feels necessary. Despite the runtime, it goes down super smooth. And you just want to see more movies like this.
Yes.
So this is a 9 out of 10 now.
Very nice.
I'm bumping it up.
Very nice.
I'm giving it the Yates bump.
Yeah. Different than the Brody bump.
Different than the.
It wasn't doing a bump.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, there was I was listening to a podcast, and they were talking about, they talked about seeing the Brutalist in theaters and their thoughts on it and whatnot. And then one of the guy's buddies, he's like, he was going to see it for a 5th time, and someone's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Mm-hmm. Right? That's psychotic. I was like, yeah, this is 3.5 hours. This is. You see this once, maybe twice, if you got nothing to do on a Saturday and watch this thing. I'm going to probably rewatch it again here within the next week. I fucking own it.
Gotta get some mileage out of it, baby.
This is my favorite film of 2024.
Ooh.
This thing, I could not believe when I got done with it how much it affected me and how much I was like, I could put it on again right now.
Right.
Like, it is masterclass in filmmaking, storytelling, the characters, the music, like everything for me at least hit it out of the ballpark. Mm-hmm. And Adrien Brody, it's been a while, and I really connected with him with some of the, just some of the struggles he was going through, like just relating back to me, being like, man, I love what's going on outside of the needle. But yeah, this thing is it's an 11 out of 10. I mean, I fucking.
Is that an official rating?
Dude,
11 out of 10.
I've never had a movie that I stamped as like a favorite of the year.
Oh my god.
This thing is probably I have to rewatch it. Like dude. So last night
This is history in the making.
I'm telling
here.
you, this has never happened on the pod. I was sitting watching this thing. I was like, I've never done anything like this. Like, I can't believe this is a 10 out of 10 watching it. I'm going to rewatch this thing. I own it now. This is one of the best purchases that I should have never happened. I was like, I'm going to own this fucking thing and watch it once. This is great. And now I'm like, I own this, you know? Last night I was kind of like, we're getting towards daylight savings time. It's 11:30, 11:45 at night, and it was either play video games for like an hour or so, or rewatch The Brutalist. And I was like, if I turn this thing on, I'm not going to bed for 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
and I'm like, that's 4 a.m.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
but the fact that the temptation was there,
I put it on,
volumes.
Kyle. I put it on.
Oh,
I got 7 minutes into it, and like I had to shut it off. I was like, if I keep watching this thing, I'm gonna be next thing I know, it's gonna be fucking 2:30. That turns into 3:30, and I'm gonna be like, we're at the intermission, and now I have to watch the rest of this.
That's great.
Yes.
That is good. 11 historical moment on the Neon Crew podcast. An 11 out of 10 rating.
I'll say it's 10 because it's not the number one ever of all time for me, but this thing's probably top 20, top 15 right now.
Nice.
And I would say within 5 years, if it's got the rewatchability that I think it has, this will probably enter like top 5 for me all time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, this thing connected.
Well, speaking of connected, we get to connect to one more movie. We're on the last one.
Yeah.
This is you guys better fucking enjoy this shit, because like this has been a long time.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, I enjoy it.
Doesn't matter. You're getting it either way.
I haven't been able to tell anyone The Brutalist is the favorite film of 2024 yet, besides Jasmine. She's like, oh, cool.
I'm glad that I could share this special moment with you. So the last film that we have to talk about,
Boom.
Nickel Boys. This is a film that is obviously, we're going to talk about it. Historical drama based on the 2019 novel The Nickel Boys by Colson Whitehead. It's inspired by the Dozier School for Boys incident, a now closed Florida reform school notorious for its abusive treatments of its students. And it stars Ethan Harris as Elwood, whose like perspective we're with throughout like a good portion of the film. And then also Brandon Wilson as Turner, Elwood's friend at Nickel Academy.
It flips. I thought it was going to be a lot on... I thought it would go one or another, and they just flip it. They're flipping it all the time.
Yeah, they do. And this is a film about like the experience of these two young black men who are growing up in the American South, Tallahassee, Florida, where... it's like the 1960s, and they're doing their best to kind of like have a normal, like substantial upbringing, and it just so happens that they get caught up in the system and they're sent to the Nickel Boys Academy, where it's segregated. So the white students are grouped together, they're treated better, they're given a little bit more leeway, and the black students are grouped together and they're not treated the best, to say the least. They're persecuted. They're stereotyped. They're all these different things. They're these struggles that they're going through, all through like these first person lenses. Yeah, with these characters. I said in a previous episode, big year for first person movies. Obviously, Presence is a little bit different than this, and the goal that it's trying to go for
slightly.
I believe this was the second to last movie that I had to see in order to complete the Best Picture lineup. Saw this in a theater. Saw it with Megan. Megan absolutely loved it, connected with it. Yeah. And this is a movie where, like, I think it's fucking great. Yeah. It's hard to talk about this lineup of Oscars, and we discuss, like, there's a lot in terms of, like, what could win what award. Like, it's kind of up in the air for a lot of these. This was one that I was surprised wasn't discussed more in the awards discourse. I think it won for adapted screenplay, right?
Conclave.
Conclave won that?
Yeah.
Did Nickel Boys win anything?
I don't think so.
The fact that, there's all these movies that have come out that are like just great, like Brutalist, Anora, The Substance, whatever, like it's easy for a movie like this where it's sort of like a more quiet, like experimental take on like a very personal story like this, it's easy to see how it kind of got lost in the shuffle of like a lot more of these like kind of bright, louder, kind of like bigger deal movies, quotes.
Yeah. Yes, to some extent. So I was gonna say, this is not a conventional year for.
No, and even those movies are like unique in their own right, of course.
Yeah.
Like they're not like conventional in any way.
Yeah.
But the fact that like this movie, which in my opinion is like a great fucking movie, did kind of get lost in the shuffle, just goes to show how stiff the competition was, right?
Yeah. This to me very close to kind of like I'm Still Here in terms of pacing a little bit and the personal connection that it has with the lead, right? As opposed to looking at a story, if you will, or however it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. What did you think of this movie?
I just watched it this morning.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I got
fresh.
I got qualms with it. I also have some there's a little bit of profoundness with it.
For sure.
I think this is a movie. My qualms with it would have heightened the movie. It's not necessarily like I mean, I guess it's more commentary or why I didn't connect as much. Mm-hmm. But I also, looking back, and you realize these are, and this is a cinematic piece. It's not. I'm trying to think. It's dramatized. It's whatever you want to call it. It's loosely based on a true story, right?
Yeah.
So the characters and what event happened in this didn't happen in real life. However, events that are happening and what they're touching on did happen in real life.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
That becomes pretty significant to me when I think about like this was 60 years ago and this shit was going on, and you have this reform school for these young African American, men and Caucasian, guys that are going here, and obviously two different treatments, but like it was a reflection on what was happening in America at the time too, and exactly what the African American life was worth essentially, and what these kids were put through, especially with it supposed to be a juvie school to help with reform, right? And what are we doing to reform?
Right.
And these kids, like, they do a great scene at the bar where Chicken Pete meets up with Elwood, and they go through and they're talking about it, and he's talking about how he could have been this this professional saxophone or trombone player, and he's going through and they fucked up my hands, man, and now I'm just living with my sister. And it's like, have you kept up with the guys? Like, blah blah blahs, and jail. This one strung out. This one died in the war. This one lost his arm. Like, it didn't do anything. They're essentially just putting these kids in really shitty situations. So like,
they're setting them up for failure, basically. Yeah,
like under the guide or guild of reformity.
Yeah,
and that's where it was like, man, and it's really it's a little bit deeper than what I was giving it credit for. So like I said, like I didn't, like, I'm Still Here. I was kind of like yawning and like, God, this is. I get what's going on. I understand. I'm having a hard time like keeping mentally engaged. This one I said mentally engaged with. It was the qualms that I had with some of the setups and stuff that I thought could have aided the film. I
think that this movie, it is kind of a sort of like sister movie to I'm Still Here in a way, where it's like,
or brother movie.
Don't need to get gender specific. A sibling to that movie.
Yeah.
But there is sort of the freedom that is afforded to a film like this, where it is not like completely adherent to real events. It is based on something that happened, but it does take enough creative liberty with it, with the way that it's filmed, and the sort of kind of like smaller surreal moments, the like very specific moments that happen in this movie that remind you are watching something that is more experimental. Like, I'm Still Here is a fantastic movie, but it is also, it's conventionally shot. It's like pretty straightforward in its premise. Like, you understand what's going on.
Yeah.
This one is like, it's a little bit more challenging in the way it's presenting it to you. Like, with the subject matter and like the way it's filmed and like the surreality of it all, how it switches perspectives back and forth.
Yes.
There's a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, that goes into the filmmaking of it. That's like lends itself to creativity, I guess, or just like, I don't know, just like experimental filmmaking.
The
in general,
camera
is what I'm
work,
saying.
cinematography, like you talked about the cinematography. I think you wanted it to win for cinematography, and I was like, I don't know about that. And I was thinking this would be a more straight line.
Right.
The camera work in this is phenomenal, and the creativity that I think you're alluding to is about how the cameras what they had to do to present this being a first-person look with what was happening, and the editing of this film. If this thing isn't edited real well, some of some of the pacing of it could be impacted.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know,
I think that the fact that there is those moments of surreality where, like, you're locked into the first person perspective, and like you're seeing things happen, like, you know, a gator's walking through, or like Turner's trying to talk to Elwood, and Elwood falls off the bed, and up comes an old man, and it's like, what's happening here? I think it goes to show like the uncanniness that we as human beings perceive reality, where, like, you know, some of us believe in ghosts, some of us believe in like these things that are a little bit more than what reality can offer as an answer. And I think that this is maybe one of the best portrayals of that I've seen in a movie, where like people have hallucinations or like visions or like imaginations that they run through their head of like things that could happen that are a little bit extra real. And those moments to me were like the most specific instances of that happening, where, like, you know, if I'm in a classroom and I'm daydreaming, and like, you know, an animal comes through or whatever in my daydream, what does that look like in a film where it's so inherently grounded? Like, how do you portray something like that? How do you portray something that is like, it's meant to be interpretable, but we're still locked into like a certain reality, right? That's unfolding in front of us. I think that they did it in a very compelling way. Yeah. Did any of what I said make sense, or am I?
No, absolutely made sense. Okay. I mean, like, I'm more of thinking.
Wasn't sure if I was losing you.
No, I think it's very hard to make a surreal movie with a first person lens, because you don't know when you're challenging that reality, because it's the only reality that we have. So it also pins us back onto the character and what are they perceiving right now. So I mean, it's like a lot of. Yeah, it's back and forth. Like, I'm trying. One of the issues I had with this thing was editing, and the way that you just brought up surrealism with the film. It's like, oh, okay, like I guess that I can have that fall into place, but I don't know if that happens to alleviate some of my gripes about it.
For sure,
it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah,
but
was it the fact that they kept switching perspectives? Was that sort of like a challenge that?
No. It was more so of time lapses, some of the surreal moments that were presented that would go on. And one of the issues that, and I think I talk about it with you all the time, is when we don't know where we're at in time with what's happening, right? And this is very hard with the first person perspective to know where we're at on this timeline going forward, because we know that Elwood eventually and Turner will eventually get out of this place, and trying to keep up with when did they go in, how long have they been there, how far have we come along with their time at this place. And this thing jumps around a little bit within this time frame, and a lot of like where you're at is based on popular events or cultural events going on that they kind of contrast with this is where we're at in time. Not only that, with moments that are happening in the film kind of describing it. Like I like the real Apollo 8 going up into space, you know, and they're talking about it landing and all that, and it's essentially Turner getting the envelope of the what Elwood's written down the whole time into the car of the inspector to help get him out, right? And they're kind of talking about, and they do a good job juxtaposing that with events. But then there's other times where, you know, he'll be kind of out at night and he'll be seeing stuff, and we'll be walking around, and then it's a smash cut back to like Elwood, and he's on the computer, you know, and then we're back into, and it's like, I know we're time jumping here, but I'm not having a very firm grasp on why we're doing it.
The structure of this movie is a little loose.
Yes, and that's where the book kind of felt that was playing into it. Like the book maybe would paint it in that light, because, you know, you can jump back and forth where maybe we're inside Elwood's head with his memories right now. When we come back to the computer and when he's of modern time, we're grounded.
This movie feels like it's so like tied to the book. that it's based on.
Yes.
Like in turn, not just like the subject matter, but like the structure of it.
Yeah.
How it like, delineates these like pieces of timeline or what's going on with the characters.
So your surrealism one makes sense. I think it's very hard in that first person perspective to do that and actually get it to pop.
Yes.
It hit with you, and I will say I had to watch it this morning. We have other shit going on, so I'm watching it. I'm moving, picking times when I can kind of like, all right, like if I miss 30 seconds here, I'll be all right. Mm-hmm. And I think some of that I miss that, but like it makes sense to me a little bit more hearing it. I still think it's very tricky. Like even in movies when it's third person, it's a little tricky.
And there were things about, and I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
There were things about this movie that were a little bit lost on me when I saw it in a theater. Mm-hmm. In an environment where like I encourage everybody to go watch movies in theaters. You're locked in. You're forced to be with it. Like you're seeing the whole thing as it plays out in like one big piece. You can't pause it or anything.
You're in a vacuum.
Whereas like there are certain scenes still that play out where I'm like, it's taking me a little bit longer than I would like to figure out what exactly this is.
Yeah.
Like the scene where I think it's one of the first scenes you switch to Turner's perspective. And you get the scene where Elwood sits down on the table and he's like, I've never seen you anyone eat food like that before. I, at first, for a long time, thought it was Elwood telling another kid that. Sort of like
really?
Repeating what Turner was telling him earlier of like, oh, well, now Elwood's the one delivering this to like a different new kid. And it's like, oh, no, this is the same scene, but from like a different point of view now.
Yeah.
And there's a few scenes like that where like the like sort of story playing out the way it does get a little bit lost in the filmmaking of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it entirely like takes the movie down for me, but it is there.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely like, I'm totally aware of like that being an obstacle for people viewing it.
The structure, the way it's shot, I didn't have it. I thought I was gonna have a bigger gripe with it. The way it's shot, I didn't have an issue. I think some of the editing that goes into it, and then some of the like it's the story structure on where we're at, and it's kind of, It makes a little bit more sense once you get to the end of this thing.
Yeah.
And especially if this is playing out as a memory. I could see this even being a little bit more digestible with some of what I was seeing.
Yeah, the knowledge of this being like a fragmented recollection.
Yeah. And they do paint it in a light like that just because you find out by the end. No, my qualm was more so with I don't think they did enough with the reform school to make it as evil as it should have been.
Yeah.
And my big issue was a lot of the talk, and while I could sympathize with the characters and empathize with where they're at, it was very hard when they would have these, like, they're going to take you out back and, never see you again. Like, I'm like, I get that happens. I want to see more of these guys acting like pieces of shit. Like I want more of that, so that way the stakes are higher for me. Because it does, and it kind of sweet. I mean, it swept me. I mean, I kind of saw where it was going at one point when we started getting near the end.
Yeah.
But like, I think there would have been more of an impact had it been more of like a.
Like you can kind of see the writing on the wall a bit more.
Yeah, well, not necessarily that.
You get a sense of the
skin in the game. Yeah, like it's like had that been presented and more of the evilness of what we were seeing, because they only allude to it, and it's talked about in lights and memories, and and this is why I say they lean on the book, because I'm sure that is the same way in the book. Because I didn't see it, you're not going to see it. So it only comes from what I'm hearing. And but then it gets into, I am now the character. I am taking this in. So without having seen it, and I'm also not, an African-American male to know what this feels like, it's incredibly hard for me to sink into the emotional weight of this without having seen it, having it portrayed, or whatever you want to say about it. And not necessarily knock on it. That was one of my big qualms, though, is that there just wasn't enough. I did like this tugs at the heartstrings.
It does.
And I think that had there been a couple more things that could have been shown,
Yeah. I personally kind of like how it escalates the way it does, because you are right in that, like, the whole time I'm thinking, all right, this is like a shitty racist school, but like they're not going to like kill these kids, right? And then throughout the movie, you're getting like little kind of like inklings of like, maybe this place is a little bit worse than I'm giving it credit for. And then towards the end, when it's like, okay, it ramps up really quickly and like the danger levels are like at maximum level, it did pull me in of like, this creates the situation to be more urgent than what I initially thought. So maybe the fact that it caught me off guard the way it did is something that I kind of like about it. But again, I do see your point in that like this school does feel like shitty, and it doesn't necessarily feel evil until a certain point.
See,
but then again, I kind of like that.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. That's like softcore to me. Like if we're going to make a point and a stance on this, like make, the white males of this thing look like pieces of shit. Because that's what was happening. And that's what they are. This felt like it was a soft punch, and that there was a little bit excusable. And then that seems like it's capturing a thrill at the end where I thought needed to have a little bit more of a voice on this is what we were seeing. Because Atrocities, I read the Dozier thing. Like I hopped in there. I was like, I want to see what happened here. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. And it's not like it's, when you read it, it's like 27 unidentified bodies, right? Like over 111 years this thing was ran. Like that's bad. And it's like, well, that's 27 over. No, like one's bad. Like they didn't have a burial site. They just buried these kids.
Right. And
they didn't have a reason why. And they didn't, and some of it didn't even match up. So now you're getting into, and that's where I was like, all right, don't let them off the hook with this. Like we know we're playing it through the perspective of Elwood, but like I want to see a little bit more of like this is the danger that they knew that they were in because it's only alluded to,
right?
But I want to actually feel real, and then by that time when they're on the road, you have a real sense that like keep looking.
Yeah.
Because at that point to me, I was like, this is kind of whimsical.
Yeah, don't like keep one eye open when you sleep. Like keep looking over your shoulder.
Yeah.
Like, and things getting bad.
And that's what I'm saying. Like it catches most off their feet. Like you can kind of get a sense, but like no, I wanted it to be a little bit more vicious in that regard. And I think that played into the movie being PG-13, for getting a wider audience and instead of being a little bit heavier with the subject matter, but c'est la vie.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. Performances, really good. Yeah,
I like Turner and Elwood.
I think you get like a good sort of like subtle look at like how different they are without them totally being like exaggerated or like over the top. Like they feel pretty like real and lived in, and I like that. Music's great. I like the music in this movie quite a bit. Feels appropriate of the time. It feels sort of like, it's going to be a weird comparison, sort of like Oppenheimer to me in that it feels like a continuum. Yeah. It feels like something that's just like constantly going. And obviously there's like moments of quiet in this movie.
Yeah.
But to me, like the editing paired with the music and like the pacing really does do it favors for me, and how it just like, it keeps chugging along.
Yeah.
Like, it's never bored, was never disinterested. This movie had my attention the whole time.
Yeah, I will say, locked in on it. Like, I was like, all right, like I'm not like looking at my phone. I'm not getting away. I'm kind of questioning things. I'm wondering what's going on. The music does a really good job of being in the background, I want to say, of holding your attention. Not at the forefront and really hitting you with all these pieces. There was a couple times I think it gets a little... Here we're gonna play the winds now, just so you guys know that it's upsetting.
Sure,
but
I got that.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I think I had a little bit. The pacing's good. This thing's 220. Right?
Let me see. It is 220.
Yeah, and I thought the pacing was good. I mean, I was never liking it. It starts to get a build up, and editing to me was the bigger issue, and I really wanted that school to be evil and not just there. It could have been more of a character.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Shall we get into ratings?
Yeah.
For Nickel Boys.
Yeah, I got... Yeah, a little bit profound, a little bit... it reminded me kind of like the Tree of Life, some of the moments that we have with the stream of conscious going on.
Yeah.
Right? Performances were fine. It wasn't like I wasn't blown away, but also like we're in the first person, so I almost feel like I'm a character myself in this thing. Writing was fine, and I'm thinking a little bit about it more, so I think it's gonna be more of a solid rating.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of anything else from watching it. I mean, I had to read up on it afterwards. No. I'll just go. I mean, Nickel Boys. I have it as an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah, this is I had it originally at a 7, and then once I started looking up stuff on the Dozier School, and I was kind of like, says a lot more to say about it. I think just the two big gripes that I had with the editing, and I keep repeating it, but that's what knocks it down for me.
Gotcha. This is a solid 9 out of 10 for me.
Whoa.
Good theater experience. I love the filmmaking, the dynamic, sort of experimental way this movie was made. Was locked into it. Enjoyed a lot of the technical aspects of it. I think that the sort of perspective of the film, along with the subject matter of these boys struggling through this school, this very awful school that they were in, was effective for me in the way it played out. I definitely understand like where you're coming from, like some of the issues there, especially with the idea of like the stakes and knowing what's going on fully, kind of trying to have like a cohesive vision of like what's taking place. But I think for me it worked pretty damn well overall. Mm-hmm. And not like rushing back to rewatch this, because it is sort of like I'm still here in the way it's like, it's a bummer, not like one that goes down like totally smooth, but I think there is like an intention there. And so Nickel Boys to me is a 9 out of 10.
I think this has got more connectability than I'm still here. So
I think it does. Yeah.
Like it's not the smoothest watching, and it's not. I didn't have like it is. Yeah, it's a bummer. Yeah. I'm not gonna go to bat for this thing on rewatching it because I probably won't. But I definitely think it's more rewatchable than I'm still here.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Cool. Well, we got our rankings to get into.
Yes.
So who's going first?
Flip a coin.
We can flip a coin.
Another coin flip?
Yeah, why not? 2 coin flips in one 4-hour-long episode? Damn.
Heads.
It is tails.
Damn it.
I get to go first. So I think what I want to do is I'm going to go in descending order. So I'm going to go 10 first and then work my way to 1. So number 10, Emilia Pérez. Number 9, A Complete Unknown.
Oh.
Number 8, Wicked. Number 7, Conclave. Number 6, I'm Still Here. Number 5, The Brutalist. I had to switch I'm Still Here and Brutalist. Oh. Hey, listen. Number 6 through 1 is still like 9 to 10 out of 10.
You don't have to explain yourself.
So, very fucking stiff competition.
Yourself.
Number 5, Brutalist. Number 4, Nickel Boys. Number 3, Anora. Number 2, Dune Part 2. And number 1, The Substance.
Yeah.
Curious how much this is going to line up or not line up.
Nah, it's not. Though I think we have one.
That's awesome.
And it's Emilia Pérez coming in at number 10. Wicked is number 9. I'm Still Here's number 8. Nickel Boys is number 7.
Okay.
Conclave, number 6. Yeah. I'm like, all right. Doom Part 2, number 5. A Complete Unknown, number 4. And this is where it was really hard for me.
It's probably the biggest difference for us is A Complete Unknown for our rankings.
Yeah,
right?
And I'm not like sold on it, but like rewatch. That's where I kind of was like, I keep going like, because Doom Part 2 I have higher rated than Complete Unknown. Like I kind of went through like how I rated this. Mm-hmm. So the 8s to 9s to 7, whatever it is, and that's like, anyways. That one is a question mark. I mean, the Complete Unknown might be a fucking Complete Unknown in 5 years.
That got him.
Yeah. God, and this is where I have such a hard time. Okay, I'm just going to do it. Substance, number 3. Anora, number 2. Those two are fucking neck and neck. And obviously the Brutalist coming in head over heels, number 1.
Saw that coming.
Yeah, I mean, you have a hard time. That was like, boom, locked. And then the reason Anora is over the Substance is just for rewatchability. Like, I'd much rather rewatch Anora than the Substance.
That's fair.
But I'm not going to knock because the Substance is pretty fucking tight.
We have a recommendation from yours truly.
There we go.
So I got 2 choices. I'm waving between.
Okay.
I'm thinking either a childhood favorite of mine, or I'm thinking one that I think would garner good discussion. It's like kind of a comedy, but it's more in the fantastical realm. It is one that we've talked about a little bit before, but not like a whole lot. I don't think you've seen it.
Okay.
So are you leaning more towards childhood movie or like other film?
Other film.
Okay. So this is a film that is from 1991.
Okay.
It is written, directed, and starring Albert Brooks alongside Meryl Streep.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this.
You've seen
Yeah.
Defending Your Life?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm excited because this was one that I was going to recommend after I watched this thing 3 or 4 years ago, and I was going to recommend it.
Nice.
Yeah. And
for some reason, I thot you hadn't seen it, but I guess you have.
We talked. Have you seen it?
Yeah. I think I've seen most of it, and
I want to rewatch this thing.
yeah, I'm recommending Defending Your Life.
Perfect.
Cool.
What was the childhood one?
It was going to be Holes.
Okay, yeah. Defending Your Life.
I'll go. Well, okay. Now I'm really going to recommend Holes the next time.
Yeah.
That reaction. Damn.
What's there to talk about holes?
There's a lot of holes they dig up.
Yeah.
The soundtrack, dig them up, dig it.
Yeah.
Dig it up,
I saw
yeah.
holes. I saw holes in theater on a half day. Didn't tell my parents. Got grounded. Got grounded for my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, dude. I was gone. My parents didn't know where I was for 8 hours.
That is.
And then I finally got home, and they were like worried sick. They almost called the cops. So I've seen holes like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah. Cool.
Defending Your Life will be a great conversation.
I think it will be. So if you don't want to be spoiled for Defending Your Life, be sure to check that movie out before episode 92. And there's one more thing that I want to say.
Okay.
There's one more thing. Don't worry. This will be brief.
Okay.
They're already counting me down. Okay. Thank you, God. Thank you for this blessed life. If I may just humbly begin by giving thanks for the tremendous outpouring of love that I felt from this world and every individual that has treated me with respect and appreciation. I feel so fortunate. Podcasting is a very fragile profession. It looks very glamorous, and in certain moments it is. But the one thing that I've gained, having the privilege to come back here, is to have some perspective. No matter where you are in your career, no matter what you've accomplished, it can all go away. I think that makes this like most special is the awareness and the gratitude that I have to still do the work that I love. Winning an award like this, it signifies a destination, something my character references in the episode. But to me, it also, beyond the pinnacle of a career, it is a chance to begin again. And the opportunity to hopefully be fortunate enough for the next 20 years of my life that I can prove that I am worthy of such meaningful and important relevant podcast episodes. I share this with my fellow co-host, who is just a wonderful human being, who exhumed grace and goodness and brilliance with his work. There's so many people to thank. I will really try and be as brief as possible. I thank, of course, my team, Gideon Hunter and the many friends at Wake Rise Fall and Lauren Hunter, and YouTube and Spotify and Apple Podcasts for believing in us. Mac, what you've done for podcasting and for your beautiful spirit and for giving me space to exist in this triumph of the world. And my fellow cast, Sam and Levi, just brilliant and lovely. Now I share this with you. I share this with my amazing partner, Megan, who's not only reinvigorated my own self-worth, but my sense of value and my values. And her beautiful children, Piper and Ellie. I know it's been a roller coaster, but thank you for accepting me into your life. And Popsy's coming on the winner. Who else? Drew, the real movie buff, who deserves to be up here as well. I'm wrapping up. Please, please, please. I will wrap up. Please turn off the music. I've done this before. It's not my first rodeo. Thank you. First, I will be brief. I will be brief. I promise. I have to thank my mom and dad who are here as well, and they just created such a strong foundation of respect and of kindness and a wonderful spirit, and they've given me the strength to pursue my dream. I'm here once again to represent the lingering traumas and the repercussions of war and systematic oppression and of anti-Semitism and racism and of othering. And I believe that I pray for a healthier and a happier and a more inclusive podcast. And I believe if the past can teach us anything, it's a reminder to not let hate go unchecked. Okay, I'll get out of here. I love you. I appreciate you all. Let's fight for what's right. Keep smiling. Keep loving one another. Let's rebuild the Neon Crew podcast together. Thank you. Thanks for letting me give my speech.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say before we wrap up the episode?
I don't know if I have a long speech like that. It might just be a couple letters if I have the time to do it. WWTHD.
Bye, everyone.